Donnie Pike's gonna get through it all and score his first career win in the Saturday Night Racing League Cup Series. What a finish!
Too little, too late from behind, and Sebastian Marin, your first repeat top split winner of the qualifying series.
We knew it was just a matter of time. Hunter Sr. is victorious.
Josh Adams taking the win at Iowa.
Juicy Spider Motorsports takes home the 1-2-3 finish.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
One of racing's most prestigious days ends in stock car racing's longest night. It's the Mystic Racing League's turn to complete the double here with the Slim Chickens Cup Series at Charlotte for the Charlotte 600. We're glad you're joining us here on VSPEED. I'm your host and producer, Morgan Cook, alongside James Newton, making a VSPEED debut here tonight. James, excited to be here?
Are you kidding me? I'm extremely excited. This is going to be a really good one. What a debut, right? We've got 600 miles of racing. And honestly, I'll go ahead and say this now. I think, or at least I hope, that will be enough. Because I think this is going to be a fantastic event. We've got an enormous grid of drivers, some seriously quick people out there, and I am licking my chops. This is going to be a good one.
It is going to be a fun one. Speaking of grid, here it is. Drivers already qualified, and we're ready to get this thing underway. Ashton Crowder on the pole in the 44. Rayshawn Winkfield will start in the second spot. Third for Christian Barnes, champion in this series last season. Beckett Brown will start in fourth. Fifth spot for Zach Davidson. River Hayes will start in the sixth position. Row 4 belongs to Luke Barnes and Dustin Lewis, matching the car number as always. Starting 9th, Christian Leonard, and 10th, Adam Baker.
Moving back here to Austin Taylor alongside Chris Romano in the 92 in 11th and 12th. 13th is going to be Christian Macrelli. Very close call there in the Indy 500 earlier on. He'll be alongside Coulter Clark. 15th is Ricky Paz alongside 16th, the 48 of Anthony Marino Jr. 17th is Caleb Hunt. Jordan Blair alongside them in 18th. 19th will be Isaac Wilson, and rounding out your top 20, John Ullman in the 34.
21st for McCoy Benke in the 14. Wes Lang starts 22nd. 23rd for Cameron Romano. 24th for Colin Bollinger. Row 13, 7 Hawthorne and Clayton Good. 27th for Corey Kobe. 28th for Gavin Hinson. And your top 30, Lauren Vincent and Aaron Baum. Aaron's birthday today.
Happy birthday to him there. A certain John Stellard in the number 5. 31st there. 32nd is Jacob Cochran in the 88. Back now to 35th here, Trevor LaPierre in the 23, alongside the 36th place Joshua Gillen in the 10. We now have Gino Villanti in the 57, 37th, 38th is David Wallace in the 8. 39th is Michael Daly in the 60, and rounding out the 40 drivers on the grid, the 79 of Harold Tucker III.
Also have drivers who qualified: Peter Soto, Reggie Kime, Zach White, Jared Knopp tonight. A few of these drivers will not make the field tonight: Gino Villanti, Michael Daly, Devin Lyons. Oh, Devin Lyons on the next page here. And Peter Soto did not make the grid here tonight due to charter regulations and things. But anyway, let's get to track side here. Drivers already pacing around this 1.5 mile facility. Race analysis, 400 laps. It's a long one. Drivers have been doing Coke 600, did a couple of them last week. Pit road speed 45 miles an hour. That is probably where your mistakes will be made tonight. Make sure you don't have them. 10 sets of tires, a little bit leaner than the officials, where you got 12. Fuel run, 65 to 68 laps, though with the stages every 100. That makes the strategy very cut and dry. You pit once in each stage, once at the end of the stage, and that's all you need. iRacing fixed setup here tonight. Field rolls into turn number 3. We are mere moments from getting the nightcap kicked off of this double-header day. Indy 500 was a thriller earlier. Stellard won by 58 thousandths of a second. Who will be the best double driver today? Who will win the Charlotte 600? We're about to find out. Green flag is out, and we're racing in Charlotte. Almost 3 wide for the lead. Crowder falls back a few spots. Lap 1 will be led by Beckett Brown. Rashawn Whitfield makes an appearance back in the series. He started second, running second at the end of lap 1. Already a scrap for 5th. Hayes and Lewis, middle of the field here. Oh, driver way off the pace. Sturdivant kind of came out of nowhere in the 67. James, that's one of the hardest parts about these 1.5 mile races, is when you have to deal with lap cars while you're already side by side with somebody else. It is very difficult to get out of the way and not end up sideswiping somebody or getting loose or having a moment or whatever the case is. Everyone able to get around Sturdivant there.
Yeah, it is always difficult when it comes to those kind of moments here. Speaking of difficult, 3 wide here, we're going to be seeing this most likely.
Oh, Lewis got tight.
Again, there's the 8 now, way up the track there. That was Lewis for 5th, and now trying to pick their line here.
Yeah, Lewis all but
cleaned a little higher.
Lewis all but cleaned out the driver in front of him. That was incredibly tight, as we are seeing Crowder fall back rather quickly in the 44. You think this is planned, or is the 44 having trouble with the handle right now?
Well, I'm still having a look there. Looks like the 22 of Baker trying to have a look on the inside. But as far as Crowder, I doubt it's planned, especially this early in the race, right? You just want to stay where you are. Again, it's an extremely long race, and I will also point out there that, Morgan, you said don't make any mistakes. 400 laps of Charlotte. I'm not sure if anybody's going to be up to that task, but that is the way to get up to the front here, as now we see the 81 down the inside as well.
I think more than anything, don't make mistakes on pit road. Don't make unforced mistakes. Right, on the racetrack, you slip up a little bit, somebody gets underneath you, passes you, goes around the outside, whatever, that happens. But when you're on pit road and it's just you trying to get into your pit box, don't miss your pit stall, don't mess up your strategy, you know, don't speed on pit road. Don't make the easy mistakes, because it's so easy to avoid them, and they will derail your day very, very quickly.
Yeah, especially with this kind of race. It's extremely long, extremely, you know, difficult on tires as well. We spoke about that a little bit off air. Very, very demanding of tires, demanding of trying just to save your stuff for later on potentially. And as you spoke about there, Morgan, execution, just getting everything right, not making a mistake, not necessarily in line with other cars, but just trying to hit the pit boxes, coming in when you need to, and doing what you can to try to get yourself as high up into the field. We have a handful of stages, one every 100 laps, then obviously lap 400 is the end of the event proper, and we will be hurtling toward that 100 already. I'm sure drivers are sitting there going, all right, 92 laps to go, 92 laps to go.
Yeah,
and,
you mentioned the tire wear, James, and already we have fallen off by 7/10 of a second. We've only run 8 laps, so you get about a tenth every lap, fall off for about 15, and then it stabilizes. So undercut, like we were talking about before the show, undercut is going to be important. That's probably going to be where you gain your spots from. But the overcut could work with a 2-tire call at the end of the stage. It's going to be very interesting to see what it looks like when we get there. But for now, we got a knot of cars right around the 7th, 8th, 9th area. Dustin Lewis part of it. Got Anthony Marino in there as well. The 22 of Adam Baker. Christian Barnes trying to have a better day than he did at Indianapolis. River Hayes makes another appearance in the series. Haven't seen him in a couple weeks.
Yeah, we do have a handful of drivers that were taking part in the double, as you spoke about earlier, including John Stellar, Daniel Borghi, Christian McRelli, Seven Hawthorne, Cody Anderson, Christian Leonard, and a handful of others. We'll be keeping an eye on all of those drivers as we see how they fare in this one. Yeah, it looks like Beckett Brown out front still, as we have a look here at John Stellar.
Yeah, your Indy winner, running 29th right now. I asked him right after he won Indy, what do you think your chances are for Charlotte? He said, I said a podium would be incredible. Right now running 29th. Of course, we're early in the run. Tire saving still going to be important. See if he's able to make hay or not.
Well, he certainly is going in the right direction.
He's trying. Another knot of cars right here. This is just outside the top 10 for about 14. So the 04 of Luke Barnes, always fast everywhere we go, every series. Got the 51, who I think is actually the 18. I think that's Snickers. Yes, it is. The Rowdy Snickers car is, in fact, Austin Taylor. Because I believe the 51 is actually Jacob Cochran, who is not the 51. Anyway, timing and scoring, having troubles here. We'll figure it out.
Very well behaved so far, I must say. We haven't seen too much bump drafting down the back straight. We haven't seen too many drivers really giving each other no other choice but to back out of it.
At this point in the race, you're just, like you said, back out of it. You get in a situation where somebody puts you in a bad spot. There is no reason to push right now. If you get put 3 wide, lift. If you get somebody drives to your inside like we're just going to see back here, let them go. Let them have it. We have a lot of racing to go here. Do not get wiped out. No fast repairs today. Do not get wiped out 14 laps into 400. You will embarrass yourself watching this one from the couch the rest of the way.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I'm sure a couple of you in the audience are wondering, what does Morgan Cook know about the Charlotte 600? Well, in 2023, and I'm sure he's probably mentioned this every time he shakes somebody's hand.
No.
Would you like to tell the ladies and gentlemen what you accomplished in 2023?
Yeah, 2023, I won the Coke 600, leading 234 of 400 laps. It was a good day. It was a good day.
Well, for you, it probably was. For people trying to keep up with you, sounds like a nightmare, Morgan. But yeah, so when you're hearing all these suggestions, it's from somebody who has been there and has taken this race by the reins. And so again, just the call of not necessarily slow down, not necessarily, back off, but when it comes to high-risk situations, there's no reason to really have any risk, or at least increase the risk early on here, which again, we're not even clear of 20 laps, so we're less than 1/5 of the way through 1/4 of this race.
Yeah, that really puts it into perspective. Like, we haven't even come close to this one. We're seeing Christian Leonard, though, really roll through the field right now. And how about Zach Davidson? Open driver in the 01, running the old Kyle Busch throwback to way, way back when he drove the 5. Trying to get around for second. I do think drivers who push hard right now, they're going to hurt them. They're going to hurt later. Remember, 100-lap stage, no guaranteed caution until lap 100. Fuel number is up near 60. So you have to probably at least get to 50 to feel safe on tires. Yeah, I would be worried if I was pushing this hard and passing so many cars as Hinson has a problem. Do we have a caution? Gavin Hinson is spun on the backstretch. Gavin Hinson is around. He's back righted. Let's check it out on a replay. I am shocked that that was not a yellow. Hinson not having a great day so far. But again, biding time, just got loose on his own on the bottom, hit the blue line and pulled that car around.
Was that just going too low on the apron there, or was that potentially just driving it in, or not in, driving it out too hard?
Yeah, combination of things. So one thing we'll do, we'll ride on board here and we'll see, you'll kind of see it. We're on board here with Ashton Crowder. Well, if he runs the bottom, let's go maybe Becca Brown then. That blue line, if you hit it with the left front tire, especially when you're tight, it'll help pull that car around the corner. It's almost like you lock your tire when you go to the car wash and you lock your tire in the rails and it just pulls your car down the track. That sort of idea. That's what it feels like when you put your tire on that line, when you hit it properly. Unfortunately, if your car is loose and it wants to spin, putting your tire on it is just going to make you spin. And I think that's what happened to Hinson. He got his tire locked in that area, and it just pulled the car around. Because it happened in the center, which is kind of a weird place for this car to break loose. So I think that's all it was. I'm sure he'll be able to figure it out. He's oh, my goodness, there goes the 51 in front of the field.
The 53 still running there.
There's the caution. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that one was definitely not the blue line. That was something else entirely. Caution out here, lap 22.
That was the entry into 3. They dive into the pits immediately there.
Yeah, that car is hurt.
Look at it.
So we see Bollinger. That's Taylor on the outside. Bollinger on the inside. And that, I don't know. That's kind of a weird one. Let's see if we can get a better angle up. Yeah, 51 hard into the wall. That is pretty much. It's not going to end the day, but it's definitely not going to make it better. Let's see if we can see this. Yeah, higher view here. Try it again. We're going to see a great shot of down the backstretch. I don't know if the 51 came down, if the 53 went up, or if it was some sort of netcode situation. But either way, whichever way it slices, not the day you're looking for. Yeah, 53 went up, and around goes the 51, and bang. Especially with that right front turned into the wall, that is going to hurt a ton. How that car drives. Is the wheel pointed straight? Yeah, it's pointed out. So yeah, that car's seen a lot better days. You can pretty much kiss his chances of winning this one goodbye. Now the sun's out again.
Well, there's the sun there.
My goodness.
Sun's coming through. And we will not be seeing that sun for too much. Well, I say not too much longer. By the end of this, the sun will be nowhere in sight.
Yeah, probably another 180-ish laps of sun. I think we'll probably have about the last half of the race is usually in darkness. There's a distinct point where the lights switch on, and it's a little jarring to the eyes because the racetrack completely changes. It goes from this really glossy, shiny racetrack to a different kind of shiny, glossy racetrack where all of the rubber, like all of the oh my goodness, Beckett Brown having serious connection issues. All of the tire marks on the racetrack will pop in like a whitish color. It's really interesting. But we're going to have to find out. We'll watch it. We'll see it here in, 100 or 200 laps. Stay tuned.
I love somebody from Concord, North Carolina asking you, hey, buddy, what time is sunset? And you go, about lap 180, about lap 200.
Yeah, and they know exactly what you're talking about, which is awesome.
That's right. They know what you're saying.
Well, Ashton Crowder, remember we talked about him falling back. He's back up to second. So some drivers pit, don't get me wrong, but that tells me 44 biding his time. Former Coke Series driver. So Ashton Crowder knows what he's doing. He's not a slouch behind the wheel at all. Just, I think, letting the race come to him. Remember, 23 laps into 400 as we hit the choose here. James, are you familiar with the choose rule?
Yeah, so we've got that emblem down the middle. It's the Charlotte Motor Speedway emblem, the red, white, and blue with the car down the center. And all the drivers will be able to choose whichever lane they want, high or low, or left or right. And as long as they don't have any part of their car on that, basically, you can call it the choose cone, right. But we're using that emblem down the start-finish stripe to indicate where you have to make that decision by. So you can play all the games you want, you can wiggle around, but you have to make that choice before you get across the line.
Yeah, exactly right about that new thing that, not new, I shouldn't say. NASCAR's been doing it for quite a while. Just a different way of doing things. Drivers doubled up, ready to go. Brown, Crowder on the front row. Winkfield and Hayes, row 2. Lewis, Clark. Row 3.
Oh, my goodness, Morgan. I'm so behind. Here they go.
It didn't click until I said it, but Beckett Brown gone and away. Winkfield going to clear into second. Crowder going way to the high side here, off into turn number 1 and 2. Look at them fan out further back. We have a melee back here. Cars trying to find positions. All these drivers elected to not hit pit road. First car on tires. That's Christian Leonard back in 20 at this 43. That's like a hot knife through butter. See what it looks like. Oh, he's going to go right into the back of Cochran. Hard part about taking tires is you got nowhere to take them. Where do you go here? They're too wide everywhere.
Yeah, I think the main thing would just be trying to find a buddy if you can try to size your way through the field with, potentially a dance partner. But again, who do you choose and who doesn't turn traitor? As soon as they get over, as you go, almost 3 wide there.
Jewett in the wall.
15 down low. Is that 4 wide in the back? Surely not.
Back there, you never know. You never know what goes on at the back of the field here.
I thought I saw green, yellow, white, and blue all next to each other.
It's like a mix of Fight Club and ballroom dancing back there. You just never really know what's going to happen. Leonard is cutting through traffic here. He's up to 13th. Hawthorne also got fresh tires. That's the 15, is a blue car on the high side. So really, those two, the 43, that black and green car bottom of the screen, and this 15, this General Electric blue car, they are fighting for first car who took tires. I don't love the strategy this early, and I'll tell you why, James, is because when they pit, which was about lap 23 of the race, that's going to put them burning a tire set that doesn't get them to the end of the stage. They can't take tires again until the end of this stage, or else they're going to burn an extra set. It just doesn't really make sense, right? You only have 10 sets to play with, which sounds like a lot, but over 400 laps, that's not a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, if there's a caution that comes out, it could try to... That wouldn't even really work for them, because if there's a caution, everybody's going to dive into the pit lane, get tires, and lose way less ground than they would have.
Yeah, they would end up cycling to the lead, yes, but they'd get passed by all the guys who have fresh tires then. So they really lose both ways. They burn a set, and they can't make it to the end of the stage. And the trap system isn't really worth it anymore, so it just doesn't really work for them.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier about kind of trying to back out of moves. It's so difficult as a racing driver. I say racing driver like I'm some professional. But, I've had a fair bit of sim racing and a little bit of karting as well, and I know the feeling of just trying to wear out your tires, just go as hard as you can, qualifying lap after qualifying lap. And this is not necessarily that, as you said. The main thing is to just try to kind of preserve your position if you can, but just take it easy, kind of let the tires kind of come to you later on in the stage. And as you said, around that lap 40, 50, 60, if you can stretch it and have fresher tires near the end of the stage, just trying to preserve them as long as you can. And again, going so early really kind of keeps you from getting options later on, and it's certainly going to leave you out to dry when, come lap 80 or 90, when you've got well over 50 laps of tires. Oh, and there's the 10 around on the stripe.
I don't know if it'll much matter. Gillen has spun. No caution. His day is not getting any better. Had a gutsy drive in Indianapolis. Started off, the weight jacker wouldn't work. Spun out a couple times and ended up finishing 21st. Yeah, Cochran got him. Yep, for sure. I'm surprised that wasn't a yellow.
Cochran's been involved in a handful of things, whether they've been nudged, bumped, moved, and now it looks kind of like the other way around there for that one. But Cochran, exciting stuff, which is not what you want to see from your driver.
No, it's not what you want to see from your driver. I'm not sure if you know that is the team that I am affiliated with is the one that Cochran drives for, so that is funny. I wear multiple hats up here in the booth, but did we have another issue? Yes, we did. Bollinger has gone for a ride. I think Lapierre has also gone for a ride. Let's see if we can figure out what it was. There's Jewett on the bottom. Go ahead.
Starting to happen more and more often here.
It is. That's 23, Lapierre, who's fading. Bollinger at the 53. Oh, Lapierre caught the wall, came down into Bollinger. They go for a little bit of a turf excursion.
That was the Roval line there. That was cutting through the chicane before.
It sure was. Again, first driver on fresh tires is Christian Leonard, up to 4th now. He is faster than Lewis and Brown. Ashton Crowder has taken the lead, by the way. The only driver not faster, or not slower than Leonard, is in fact your leader, Ashton Crowder, who is running the very high side. And I learned this running the 600 a couple weeks ago, or a week ago, whatever it was that high side 1 and 2, if the car didn't drive well, anywhere you want in 3 and 4 is what I figured out worked really well. That was, of course, in the open setup where you have a car that will turn. This one seems to be a lot more snug. So probably top of both ends will get you where you need to be. If you can make the bottom work, though, you can pass a lot of cars because you can get to their door in the center of the corner.
Yeah, and again, obviously, with going down the inside, you do not have to go as far, but you also have to slow down. And when I say slow down, right, you're still going, 100 and what is it? Something like 170, something around there, maybe a little higher than that.
Yeah, 150 in the center.
150 in the center. So you go to that high side, right? You lose ground in terms of how far you have to go around the oval, but you get all of that back down the straightaways as you can get the wheel out. You can get the wheel straightened out easier, and you can carry that speed onto this section right here. This is where guys running the high side gain on the guys who, or the drivers, I should say, who are running that apron. Now, both drivers way down to the bottom there, and the 8 making their intentions known, just showing the 12 what color his car is.
Yeah, it's red. It's red. We see it. Yeah, here's on board with Lewis. And I think what you'll see here, something I want to mention, want to talk about is when you have a driver in front of you, right, like this close, you're fighting so much dirty air right now because you're right in the tire tracks. Everything that, all the air from the diffuser under the car in front of you is getting packed on your nose, and it's not easy to drive through. Lewis doing a good job of it, but right there you saw he faded up the track a little bit, slipped up, couldn't get back to gas the way he wanted to. You have two options. You can either run the same line as Beckett in front of you for part of the corner and either fade out or fade in to try and get clean air on the nose for when you throttle up, or just guess a completely different line. Clearly Beckett's running the bottom here and happy to do so. Let's see what the 43 does to the 8. Does the 43 go around the outside? No, we'll stick right to the bottom, but we'll poke a little bit farther left, right there. Get some clean air to the nose, and now all three of those drivers are back together again.
He's ducked out again, trying to get to that quarter panel. Looks like he has got it, almost to the door now.
Easy clear here.
Got that done on entry.
Yeah, H trying to do a diamond. That's not a great move in 1 and 2, especially for the tires. It's just hard on him to turn that far down the racetrack. You also have a really high chance of breaking loose considering the bumps that there are down in 1 and 2. But Leonard on rails right now. That was a driver who ran. We have big issues here. 21 has a problem. I saw a bunch of cars scatter. Lauren Vincent to the inside. That's Wes Lang on the outside. Lang ran the 500 earlier today. Oh, got tight into the door of Winkfield. Oh, Vincent just cleared him out. Oh my goodness. What are we doing here?
And of course, with how far back he was, he most likely would have seen that they were too wide, so it wouldn't have been a surprise that there was a car on the outside as well. So
that was just a hyper-aggressive move way, way too early in this one. I don't love the move. Oh, we're almost wrecking for second here. What are we doing here?
Can he save it?
Oh, save it. Drive that thing, Leonard. Goodness gracious. Let's go on board and check out what just happened here. He sailed it off in there.
And watch the hands here.
Yeah, he got a really good run out of. Really good run. We're on a replay, of course. Really good run out of 2. Beckett blocks him to the bottom, and I mean, I understand when you're this early in the race, there is no way I would take any kind of block in this early in the race. I would be very upset if I was getting blocked, even if it's for second, on lap 40-something of 400. I would be livid under the helmet.
Yeah, and of course, what Beckett was doing was Brown is trying to keep the 43 there of Leonard behind.
Right.
Leonard shows basically going down the inside, going to the bottom, and then Beckett makes a move, almost kind of in reaction, as we, the onboard driver, we've already kind of committed to our line. So we're going from the right side, kind of down that middle lane, and then Brown is able to kind of slot in front, and of course, it's a little too late, and that's actually kind of what happens sometimes, is that you've got somebody who's already committed behind you to making a decision. And so that was basically Leonard deciding and Brown denying.
Right.
and that can cause all sorts of mayhem, as we saw at Again, as we were saying.
Now with that slide, sorry, cut you off. Hawthorne is now the lead car on fresh tires. And don't look now, but Ashton Crowder is 3.5 seconds in front of the field. There's Crowder off of turn 2. So middle of the backstretch here. This is Crowder. Wait. There was Beckett. Didn't even get to the camera yet. That's how far away second place is from your leader right now.
Can't fit him in the same shot.
No, we cannot.
Now, my brain, Morgan, goes to, well, Crowder's just absolutely destroying his tires, is what I would assume.
Quite the opposite.
And he's going to have nothing left.
We're already so deep in the run that you would know if you destroyed the tires because they're gone already. Right? We're 50 laps into this run. He hasn't pit yet. So drivers who are fast at this part of the run took care of their stuff for the first 15 and then really push. And then, sorry, didn't push. They just continued to be mellow the whole run. And it's not that you get faster. It's that you don't get slower. That's really what saving tires is all about. Like a driver who was up at the front early, trying to remember one who was fighting. Let's talk about Rayshon Winkfield, for example. I think he pit. He did not pit. He's 20th. Right?
Yeah,
qualified
he's 12 seconds off of Crowder.
Qualified second. Right? Now, of course, he had that crash in the wall. That didn't help, et cetera, et cetera. But fact of the matter is he's 20th. Crowder, same set of tires, same length of tires on them. He is leading, and he is consistently a tenth faster than Seven Hawthorne, who has fresh tires. Although fighting Beckett Brown right now, and apparently they were driving their tails off like it's the last lap of the race.
Yeah, Brown eager to stay up here. And again...
Oh, Seven's on the wall. They're catching the 51. Who's going to be the pick? They're dooring each other. You guys are not happy. Oh, my. What are we doing here? Guys, it is lap 50 of 400.
Yeah, that was a really good example of the opportunity. As again, Morgan, you saw it coming, right? We could see it coming since turn 4.
Right.
They made it to that double dog leg front straight, and Brown had a decision. He got pinched by his competitor there.
Now those guys aren't happy either. They're still dooring each other. And more than the track position loss, look at Beckett Brown's right front. It's hard to tell with the teeth. The right front's knocked in. That car's hurt. That thing's going to, if it was tight before, which it was, it's going to be, you can see it right here. All that kind of muddling of the paint, the scraping, that car's hurt, and it's not going to drive well. It's going to probably be 10, 20 seconds on pit road to fix it. So give away all the track position. I mean, I don't understand the move. Just let it go. There is no reason to force that. He's in the wall now. No reason to force a 3-wide move this early on a lap car. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, here comes Barnes in the 27. Most likely the next one. Have a look at the 12. Now here we are. This looks like...
This is third. Lewis and Baker.
Going to be Lewis and Baker. Maybe Baker and Lewis by the time we get to the far side.
Yeah, Baker on fresh tires, Lewis still on the older tires. By now, they've basically evened out. New tires, old tires, they don't really make a difference. Cochran's got a problem. What happened to the 88? Car fell back precipitously. I don't like the look of this at all. I think he got help. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're stuck behind the 51 again. On the 51 got loose and got into him. Oh, and he's back behind the 51 the second time. That's incredible. That's just another case of, I mean, I get it's the 51 twice. I get he's a lap car. He's not doing anything wrong. The 51 is just on the racetrack. I can't. I can't be mad at someone who is just existing. He's back on pit road, just existing on the racetrack. Yeah, the car's hurt. Yeah, the car's slow. Go around him. I know it's hard when you're, in a pack of 4 or 5 cars to find a spot. It's just sometimes you have to give up the time now to get it back later and not have a wreck race. Because again, no fast repairs. You do not get another chance in this race. You break the car, you got to take the time to fix it.
Yeah, that really is kind of, obviously it's one of the worst things when it comes to all of the hard work that you do, and then if you have some kind of incident, you have to sit there for 4 or 5 minutes when the lap is 30 something seconds. But it also means that if you can take care of this car, you can get it all the way to the end. The accomplishment, the achievement, and just how difficult it is to do what these guys are doing here. As we have a look at one such individual, Cameron Romano, the 98, running 23rd currently. He's got his water there. He's currently chirping away in somebody's ear. And again, these guys, a lot of these guys running their force feedback wheels, and these guys crank it up. They want to feel, as you said, Morgan. They want to feel those bumps. They want to feel
somebody
when
crashed.
the car goes loose, when it gets tight.
Hinson's around again, right there on the racetrack. Almost the same spot as last time. Caution's out. Caution is out this time. To go back and see what happened to Gavin Hinson. There it is. Good job not making that worse. Contact's going to suck a little bit. I don't think it's hurt too bad. I don't think it's hurt at all, actually. Just where he hit, it just shot the car left. He did a great job not hitting the wall. Let's go hear from the onboard.
Good job for the patience for the rejoin as well. Yeah. That could have been a hurried one all the way up the high side there.
92 just got tight on his own. Hinson really had no choice. He couldn't bail because he was going to hit the wall harder. That's a tricky thing about something that I think people don't quite understand, is that when you're careening for the wall, like when you're not turning, or there's somebody on the outside who's not turning, lifting off the throttle usually makes you hit the wall harder. I know it sounds counterintuitive, it makes it sound weird, but when you throttle up, it makes the car turn, right? Because you have the rear tires are working. When you lift, it dives all the weight on the front tires, and it makes, if you're already not turning, it makes it not turn even worse. So I understand Hinson not lifting right there because he still needed that extra rotation to try and get off the corner. Unfortunately, the 92 just was there in a spot where Hinson didn't have any space anyway, and around goes to 39. That's 2 spins already for Hinson. It has been a long night, 60 laps in, and at least that one was called for a caution, because I think if that one was called for a caution, wasn't called for a caution, race control would be hearing about it, because that's two spins on the backstretch that definitely had a car in danger. But whole field's on pit road here, except for Adam Baker. That's a bold call to not pit here.
Yeah, he's still on 39 lap old rubber. Started in the top 10. See everybody. So at this stage, everybody should be taking 4. And they will just run those through the... Well, I can't imagine anybody taking 2, running through the stage and beginning the next stage, trying to do 40 to 60 laps on 2 tires plus a bit from this stage.
It's tough. This came out at a bad spot. Remember, a lot of guys already burned that first set of tires early in like lap 20. So if you burn a set here, you've basically have 1 extra set for the rest of the race if you're cutting it into quarters, or into eighths, sorry, which is what I would do, cut into eighths, because that's how many times you have to pit for sure. So if you burn the extra set here, like it looks like Hawthorne did, looks like Leonard did, I mean, that puts you in a real strategy box. If we end up having a green flag run in a bad spot where you have to like double stint tires, you're going to really fall back through the field, and it's all because you were aggressive at the start. Now, the argument is, well, Morgan, if I don't take tires here, I'm going to lose all my track position. Yes, you're probably right, but can you hang on for 40 laps and not lose a lap? Probably. I don't know. It's a tough box. You're in a box right now, and it's hard to get through it.
It really does, especially with the way you described it earlier. It seems just like following what everybody else is doing and not, pulling a blinder or any kind of special, clever, big brain thinking. It's more of just, the field does this, I do this. Right. The field does this, I do that. And then when it comes to the racing, and again, we spoke about the execution, just making sure that you hit your marks in pit road and just try to stay out of trouble. That seems to be the way to just get to the end. And then once you're at the end, if you can hang on to those tires near the end, that seems to be the people that will be most likely in the top 10 and will get a good run at the actual overall victory.
Right.
So again, unless there's some kind of clever moment or we get, a seriously long pace car caution, then I think just going with the pack may actually be the best strategy.
I would agree. And I think that so when I run these races, and I have done, instead of we talked about earlier, I've done a number of them, I always looked at it this way. Stage 1, my goal at the end of lap 100 is to be on the lead lap. That's it. Just be on the lead lap. Stage 2, my goal is be in the top 15. Stage 3, top 10. Stage 4, fighting for the win. That's it. That's the recipe. So we're in the first stage. We're at lap 64 of 100, right? We are nowhere close as the 22 did not choose potentially. Chose improperly, something of that nature. That's unfortunate for them. We're at the point where don't do anything there's no reason to pull a strategy call right now because it's going to cycle back. We have stages, right? Everyone's going to get caught up at the end of the stage. So if you do something way out in left field now, especially if it burns a resource like tires, you're going to pay for it later, right? I don't love the call of taking extra sets of tires over what everybody else does now. Save that for after halfway. Then you can start to separate yourself from the pack, but I feel like it's so early right now to gamble with taking extra tires like what Hawthorne has done, like what Leonard has done, Luke Barnes, Anthony Marino Jr., Aaron Baum, and Cameron Romano. Those are the guys I would kind of be worried about right now. Everyone else, I think they're in good shape. But we're about to find out here. 30-some laps left in the stage. Pace car will dive down to pit road. Give the field back to Ashton Crowder and 7 Hawthorne. Into the start zone, and we are off again. Oh, tire spin for the 15. Big time tire spin.
Wow, wow, wow. That is an enormous lot. And again, it's a long race. I don't think he's thinking that at the moment, but it is a very long race. But what a mistake from the very front row as well.
Now the good news,
the pace.
Fresh tires. He'll be okay. Just has to be smart about it. Baum left the racetrack 4 wide on the exit. This is not going to fly. They fan back down to 3 wide at the perfect time. That turn 4 wall is not forgiving. All 7 has to do here is just breathe. Yeah, it was a mistake. It's super early in the race. Stage coming. You're 4 spots away from stage points. Just keep it rolling.
And the Cook playbook says just be on that lead lap.
That's what we try and do. I think Jordan Blair has gone around. Yep, we have a parking lot down in 3 and 4.
Oh, that was very close to a second impact there.
Yeah, we're going to go see what happened to Blair, among others. Blair has a meatball flag. That is going to be day over for the 7. I think the motor's blown on that car. Lost the magical white smoke. Oh, and there's Hawthorne. Yep, carbon copy what we saw earlier with the 51. This time, though, oh, Hinson. Oh, my goodness. I hate that for Gavin Hinson. He did nothing wrong, and it just landed in his lap. Let's go on board with the 39 here. What a miserable day. And that car's destroyed. It's over for Hinson.
It's coming in sideways.
Yeah, it's over for him. That sucks. Now watch this. Oh, man. And then he had to come down the racetrack, ended up clipping. I don't know who that is. 86 car. Clip the 86. That's Corey Kobe, who also had a bad day in Indy. 21's in it. Wes Lang had a great day in Indy going until I think he had an accident. Caution cycle happened. Something of that nature. How did Hinson not get a meatball flag out of this incident? My goodness. Car is crab walking.
Almost adds insult to injury that you have to drag it back to pit road there.
Good news is it happened into 3, not into 1, so you only had to go half the racetrack, not the full racetrack. But yeah, really unfortunate for Hinson. Beckett Brown on pit road. I'm pretty sure this is for damage repair. Remember, knocked the right front in. You can kind of see it still. I don't know if I can get a closer angle than this. Not particularly.
Yeah, that's going to be for damage there. He's been in around 25 seconds or so.
Now
and
it's
just
fixed.
Still climbing.
You just saw it pop out. It's now fixed. His right front looks just like the 35's right front, where that green strip is on the bottom of 35. That was bent up for Beckett. Now it's back level with the ground, and we are good to go for the 12. And that corner being bent up kills all speed in the corner. Thing plows, drives like a dump truck, whatever you want to call it. There's many, many words for it. You might as well just have a flat front end on the car and drive it that way, because you're getting no aerodynamic effect from that part of the car.
You spoke earlier about how important airflow is, and also how you can almost do battle with your competitors by adding and removing airflow. So we see the choose here. A couple late calls there. It really matters, right? You've got the airflow over these cars. These cars have front splitters, rear wings.
Yep.
They may not be as pronounced as something like, one of those wild GT cars or something, but they are very, very aerodynamically sensitive. They're also right on the deck as well, Morgan. They, as I'm sure you know, they are not off the ground. They're right on the deck, and so any kind of adjustment to the platform, whether from the team, of course, this is a fixed setup, I should say, is extremely important to kind of know how the airflow works around the car. So if you've got a car coming up behind you and kind of nudges you in the rear, it can take the airflow off of the rear of the car, so it can make the rear axle a little bit light. And if you have a car coming down in front of you, you can take the air off the front end, which can cause you to, as you said, kind of plow up the racetrack. So these guys will kind of see the maneuvers that their competitors are using, and they will know what to expect based on the positioning of those other cars. But again, it can really catch anybody out. And again, the length of this race, the almost brain dead style of just trying to get to the end of this thing and still be good at driving these cars is the test that they're going to have to face.
Coulter Clark having to bail out of the line. Something happened to the 29. 48's got heavy nose damage too. That is not going to help the cooling of that car. But Crowder, Leonard into the start zone, and there goes Crowder. Still in the daytime, still in the first stage of this one. Isaac Wilson has been doing well in the points this season, makes his first appearance up in the top 10. Behind the injured car of Moreno as we have a battle for the lead. Leonard and Crowder. Leonard's going to go take that spot away. Remember, he's got one less set of tires to use the rest of the race. How will this play out? And here comes Luke Barnes. That 04 has been on fire recently, driving all the way through the field.
At the sharp end. Of course, Leonard having the freshest tires of anybody And now down to the inside. Hayes there trying to take the lead. And will Leonard still be there on the outside?
Still door to door into one. Hayes takes the middle, now fades down to the bottom. He will clear easily off of 2. I think what I've learned in this race is that if I'm running significantly faster than Ashton Crowder, I'm probably doing it wrong. Because remember, he ended up not firing off the greatest, fell back to 6th or so, pit stop happened around lap 20, and then all of a sudden 44 turned it on and had a 4-second lead or so. So I would want to be running the same speed as the 44, not passing him. And just seeing what he's doing. Where is he lifting? How's he arc the corner? Is he doing anything with the blue line to try and help him turn in the center? And just keep rolling.
You're saying he's kind of like the canary in the coal mine. If you get 2 or 3 cars between you and him, or if he starts to gun it, you may want to start going as well.
That is not a saying I've heard before, but probably.
The canary in the coal mine?
That's a new one to me.
The
Luke
warning.
Barnes just popped the wall.
Oh my goodness. So the idea being that there's a sign, right? Before something bad happens, you can kind of tell, oh, something may happen here. So you've got the 44 running strong. If you're able to pass them, then that may be a sign that you might need to back off a little bit. Exactly what you explained earlier.
Right.
And that might be, but again, right? You're having to think about this while you're driving the car, while the 43 is right next to you, or while you're next to Crowder, if you are the 42-55 of Leonard there. As they're getting right close together. The confidence and the trust, I think, is building between a couple of these drivers who are seeing more of each other as we go through this stage. Got about 24 to go.
Clayton Good having a nice day as well. 91 car has been consistently quick on 1.5 miles and bigger tracks. Currently running a 9th here in this one. How about Ricky Paz? Paw? Not sure. Regardless, the 99 making his debut in the series. He's chartered for the rest of the season, so getting ready to see a lot of this 99 car. Check in on our winner of the Indy 500 earlier today, John Steller, running in the 19th spot, right where I think we saw him last time. Just biding his timing. James, we're able to complete the analysis of who the top 10 finishers were in Indy who are in this race.
You caught me. I'm actually looking at that right now.
Terrific.
So again, I've got the top 6 at the moment.
Good enough.
Which
Let's get them. Who is it?
So we've got John Steller, winner of the 500. Daniel Borghi as well. So there's Leonard right there.
I don't think he's in this race. I don't think Borghi's here.
Oh, I see. We got Steller there, making their way up. So they're up about 10 spots from where they started the event, making his way up the front. And again, on the lead lap, Christian McRelli, who I believe was one of, if not the last car on the lead lap from the caution that we had come out earlier. And we also have 7 Hawthorne. We've seen them a handful of times, running 15th in the 15. They are making their way up again, trying to have a less exciting race than they've had so far. Cody Anderson,
who did not make it here. He tried to misread the time the qualifying started. That qualifying started at 5:30 his time. He was off by an hour. Came in to go do qualifying. They're taking the green.
And yeah, again, as you spoke about there, I know it is really a tough break, but that also does come down to execution there. We have Christian Leonard as well in that 43.55, who has almost, but maybe not. Oh, they have cleared him now. I was going to say maybe cleared Crowder.
Benke's got a problem. Boy, Benke has crashed. That was another driver, I believe, who did the double. In fact, I know he did. Said his name many times. Drove that red, green, and white car. I don't remember where he finished. But on the bottom, 3 wide, Steller up on the top side, trying to rip the lip, so to speak. And Benke just got loose, very similar to what Hinson did, just Benke caught a bit of the wall. Oh, no, he nosed into that wall. That's a big hit. That's probably going to be, yeah, it is day over for Benke. It started okay, and then it got worse and worse as that crash went on.
Yeah, it also looked like he was deep in his box as well, potentially not able to get it stopped due to some issues with that front end, as you said, Morgan, going into the wall quite hard. My goodness me. So again, right, you're running this race, maybe, you know, around Wilson, Hunt, 93, the 8, the 19, that kind of top 10 area.
Somebody
and
just
all of a sudden
crashed.
you're 5th.
Sturdivant just crashed.
Yeah, I saw something.
Apologies to cut you off, but oh my goodness, we got a, oh, what is going on here? Where was the yellow for that one? 23 involved in it as well, I believe. Trevor Lapierre, that caused James Sturdivant to just steer right into the outside wall. Catch up with this.
It almost looked like there were 2 cars, not stationary, but that were like basically side by side at the end of the back straight.
51 cleaned him out. Oh, it took out the 75. That was McCrelly. And then who's that? The 82? That's Knopfschneider, I believe. Oh, man. Sturdivant as well got caught up in it. That one hurts. That hurts.
Just a smoke screen.
It was. I do want to go back. Oh, my goodness. This was 44 just got put in the fence. I do want to go back and make mention it is Ricky Paz. It's, as a quote from Mason Mitchum, Paz is pronounced just as it sounds. Which, yes, that is how, yeah, that's how sounds work. I think he meant as it's typed or as it's read, but Paz, regardless, is what we're going to go with the rest of the day.
Phonetically.
Phonetically, very good, Mr. Producer Man. Yes, good work. Oh, man.
I'm still having to Google 2 of the words you said earlier.
Yeah?
Oh, man. Well, I can't remember what they were, but I'll have to look them up afterward. Once I watch this one back. I'll probably watch it back twice or so.
Lauren Vincent on the apron. Something has gone awry for the 07. What an eventful first stage, and we're still only 87% of the way through it. I'll hit the wall into the corner. Oh, and he missed the corner entirely. Yeah, I just ended up losing time. There he is on pit road. Crowder has cleared Lewis and is now on the charge for River Hayes. I think I'd be nervous if I was the field. Because in theory, this is going to be the worst the car drives is at the tail end of a long run in the sunlight. It should get better to drive as it gets later. It'll tighten up a little bit, but it'll get faster. Should have a bit more grip. Should be a little more forgiving, I think. So, oh, we're going to block all the way to the wall. Okay. All right. Stage 1 win is tightly contested among the top 3.
Going a long way for that one was Hayes, trying to keep Crowder from getting away. Now, what I will say, though, as Hayes has run a very good race so far, I would expect Crowder to do what he did earlier on and gap him by 1 and a bit seconds, maybe 2. He's getting a fantastic run. Here he goes right now.
Yeah, 44 can just run the bottom so well. Down in 1 and 2. Can't quite clear on the exit. He's going to have to get it done either in 3 and 4 or next time around 1 and 2. In fact, he has to restart entirely from scratch. Momentum on the top is just too good. He's going to go even higher, way up the racetrack. Crossover in the wake. That's really hard to do, by the way. Crossover in the wake and not hit the wall in the center of the corner. I'm talking about a wheelman here in this 44. Again, gets to the inside, and again, will sail it off into turn number 1. What does the exit of turn 2 look like? Still door to door.
Not able to get it done yet, but he is still sawing away at it. There's only 9 to go. Or a little, yeah, well under 10 to go. Crowder's still down at the bottom and now has cleared him. And cleared him well here. I don't think that Hayes is going to have any response. Doesn't look like it.
So what have we learned? Ashton Crowder, best car on the racetrack after 25 laps. What else have we learned? he's holding something back at the start of the run to be this good later. So short run speed, still a bit of a question mark for the 44. Of course, he did qualify on pole, so he's clearly not slow on one-lap runs. What that all boils down to, field, they got to watch out here. This Crowder guy, he's fast.
This is definitely very daunting for the rest of the field. Again, as you spoke about earlier, Crowder running, not sure about the percentages there, Morgan, you'll probably be better than I am at it, but if you run at 80% for the whole 100 laps versus running 100% and then having to back off to like 50, basically the math works out to running 80% will get you there quicker than if you run 100%, run out your stuff, and then have nothing left later on. So not that they don't have anything left, they just don't have what Crowder has.
Yeah, that's great. I would have said 80% as well. That's well said. That saving a little bit at the start of the run and not going, oh, we got our cars in the wall here. Oh, they're wrecking behind. Rebecca Brown's wrecking another backstretch. Caution is out. Oh, Devin Hawthorne's in it as well.
Devin Hawthorne.
Other drivers potentially. Looks like we're clear of it. Oh, he's moving. Marino's in it too now. Oh, no.
Marino already had front end damage.
Hawthorne throttled up and caught Marino. Benke still on pit road here. Let's go see what happened to Marino. I think, or not Marino, Hawthorne. Yeah, Hawthorne was the one who had the issue with the 12. There's the shot. And here is what Marino's going to be upset about. Marino has enough space right there to clear it, and then the 15 starts moving. Minimal damage, but just the principle. David Wallace catches the wall just to be involved. Let's try one more time here. See if we can figure out where this happened, or why this happened, maybe is a better way to put it. Yeah, you see Beckett trying to clear, it just isn't clear. And I talked about lifting at that part of the racetrack earlier. They're both committed. There is nothing you can do. That contact was set, 400, 500 feet earlier, that it was going to happen. It was just a matter of how bad was the hit going to be. And this puts us in a really awkward tire situation. With only a handful of laps to stage, we're going to have probably a 2-lap shootout for the stage. I don't think you dare take tires here because you've already used so many sets. You're just going to burn yourself. If you take tires here, you can't take them at the end of the stage because you're going to be really upside down on tires. Few drivers hitting here. 21 gets a lucky dog around the pace car. Yeah, wild first stage already. Already working our 4th caution. 10 lead changes, though. It's been hectic up front.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Crowder and company drive knowing that it's a sprint, right? All these guys, at least the guys up front that have been up front consistently, have been using the strategy that we've been talking about, just trying to back off, stay out of trouble. And again, just kind of, running that 80%, that 90%, but not running, qualifying laps and using up your stuff too quickly so that you have something later on. Trying to keep your head above water. And I think this is going to be a different kind of race here. We've seen some pretty aggressive stuff. We've seen some exciting stuff and some wild stuff. And I think we're going to see something brand new with this little sprint to the line.
Yeah, let's dive into this a little bit. Let's diagnose what we might see here. So there's on the left side of your screen, your current running order. I don't think anyone's going to pit here. I wouldn't expect you to. I think you get a black flag if you do because you missed it the first time around. So Crowder, this is his first start of the season. Stage points mean nothing to him. River Hayes has been here most of the year. So is Dustin Lewis, Christian Barnes, and Luke Barnes. Those drivers looking for stage points, right? Whether it's here or later in the race. Christian Leonard has shown up a few times. I think this is the second start of the season. So again, stage points don't really matter. Ricky Paz, first start of the year. Stage points don't matter. Clayton Good, stage points matter. Isaac Wilson, I think the points leader, stage points matter. Jacob Cochran as well, stage points matter. Same with Caleb Hunt, Aaron Baum, Joshua Gillen, Colin Bollinger. Those drivers all want the points. Understanding that going for stage points now and pushing hard and wrecking yourself is going to cost you more later. Be smart about it. The drivers who are going who aren't going for stage points, just going for the win at the end of the race later, they don't care. There is no reason to push super hard here because you're not losing anything by not getting stage points at lap 100, right? You only care about lap 400. So I would expect to see a decent amount of give and take here, though we haven't seen a lot of it so far tonight, so I don't know why it would change now.
I would argue, kind of playing devil's advocate,
Yeah, of
I would
course.
argue that it would just be because of the short stint. I think, again, that it's all been kind of for the, not for the greater good, but for that later on strategy that'll kind of stretch here. Pace car pulls off. I'm also interested in when Crowder goes when it comes to the restart zone right there. He's in the restart zone, and then he goes in the middle.
Put the middle of the zone there that time. I kind of expected earlier, but it doesn't matter. He got it. Dustin Lewis also historically not great at restarts, so I don't think he knows that. Just lining up beside the 8 car is usually a good thing in the restart zone. Door to door with Hayes. 3 to go in stage number 1. The other point about the short run, they didn't take tires here, so everyone's got the tires they had on before, which obviously Crowder's were better than everybody else's. So now it's really, if you hurt the tires before, you're really going to struggle now. If you save the tires, might have a shot at getting some decent points here. This is the last car. Now it's Clayton Good. It's the last car for stage points. Hunt's going to force it 3 wide with Baum on the bottom. Now Baum has the final stage point with 1 to go in stage number 1. Hayes and Lewis still door to door. They're the cork in the bottle for this whole group. Nobody can get clear of each other. Stage 1 will easily belong to Ashton Crowder. Off of turn number 4. Give stage 1 to the 44. Final stage point will go to Aaron Baum. Here are what your top 10 look like. Crowder, Lewis, Hayes, Barnes, Paz, Leonard, Cochran, Wilson, and Baum. Be your top 10. Well, that was chaotic, wouldn't you say?
I was going to say eventful, but I think I'm going to jump the fence. I think I'm going to join you with the chaotic.
Good.
Yeah. That was plenty, I would say. And that was quite... Well, there were more accidents than I was expecting.
Right. And there could have been
and
more
I wasn't
cautions,
expecting the accidents to... Yeah, the cautions as well. I was not expecting that many terminal issues so early on as well. You know, losing it 20, 30, 40 laps into it. And obviously some through no fault of their own, and others just with that hope of something more, and it ends up with nothing. So it could be a very rough day. And again, as you said, just kind of trying to stay out of other people's accidents and try not to cause any yourself, even if that costs you a handful of places.
Already drivers out of the race: Gavin Hinson, Jordan Blair, Jared Knopfschneider, James Sturdivant, Trevor Lapierre, McCoy Benke. That's 35th to 40th. Austin Taylor 12 down. Lauren Vincent is 6 down. Rayshon Winkfield and Zach White both down 1 lap. In fact, Rayshon's going to get his back right here. Means Vincent will be the only car a lap. White will be the only car a lap down. Just 1 lap down. Other than that, 31 on the lead lap as we are pitting. Pit road's going to be a busy, busy place.
Looks like Clark and Davidson staying out, 29 and the 01. Both have 7-lap-old tires at the moment.
Yeah, they would have pit during that last caution. Now, what this does for them is it gets them instant track position. We know the 01 is pretty quick. Was running up in the top 3 or 4 before in the first 20 laps. Hawthorne trying to get his race back under control. Romano making his appearance up at the front. Ullman and Chris Romano as well. What it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't really help you on the tire sets either. You're already going to be disadvantaged to start the stage, but track position now could could pay dividends later. We're going to take a quick step aside here. Be right back for some Chickens Cup Series action here in Mystic Racing League on VSPEED. Back in just a sec.
Real quick, people stop the real quick cut. Double check the steering wheel. Gentlemen, start your engine. Nice and smooth. Get it all done all day long. Got a good feeling about today, guys.
Donnie Kite's gonna get through it all and score his first career win in the Saturday Night Racing League Cup Series. What a finish!
Too little, too late from behind, and Sebastian Marin, your first repeat top split winner of the qualifying series.
We knew it was just a matter of time. Hunter Sr. is victorious.
Josh Adams taking the win at Iowa.
GC Spider Motorsports takes home the 1-2-3 finish.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back here to VSPEED, already in the restart zone and already going. Clark will take the lead. It's Hawthorne. Davidson fight for second. Remember, pit cycle's got everything shaken up, and look at the knot of cars we have a little further back. We're wrecking down the backstretch. Somewhat hard into the inside wall. Christian Barnes was the driver. Not a great day for Water Force Racing. Hinson already out of the race. And Barnes way down below the apron. Let's go back and check out a replay of this. Yeah, 34 just came down. Ullman got him. Back up front. Stellard up at the highest point of today for him. Running in 6th, about to be 7th once Crowder is able to make this pass. Crowder, first driver on the fresh tires. In the 44. Look at just this knot of cars is just unreal to me. They're all on fresh tires, with the exception of Ullman, who is falling like a rock through this field. Lewis has been strong today. Lewis is quite a good Charlotte driver. He ran a fixed 500 or fixed 600 here last week. Led over 200 laps. Was not able to win that race, but was very, very fast for most of it. Had a mistake at the end that cost him the win. Ran well in the trucks here. Ran well in the Xfinity Series. The Glasgow Glass Series here on Thursday. Has yet to have a good result to show for it, but has been very quick all week long for the 8. Further back, some normally very fast drivers caught in traffic. Barnes, Winkfield, Bollinger. All knotted up here. Cochran as well in this group.
Oh my goodness. Wiggle there. down and out of the outside. I wasn't sure if they're going to gather that back up. The 08 there of Wallace 21st.
3 wide. Oh, wow. 48 took some liberties with the nose of the 19. Don't be 3 wide on exit. Don't be 3 wide on exit. Okay, 2 wide on exit. That'll work. It's so easy from up here to see what's happening, of course, in terms of, you know, who's going where and if they're going to make contact in the car. Let's go on board with Caleb Hunt, and I'll show you how hard it is to see what the heck is going on. This is a normal view, maybe a little further back than normal for what a driver would see. You have no idea where Wallace is. Remember, David Wallace is right on his door here. But where is he? I don't know. Where'd he go? There he is.
35's now cleared us, and you can't see anything.
Like, it's really jarring how little vision you have in these cars. You can really see, like, center and left is all you really have. You rarely can't see anything to the right, nor would you want to, other than where your right front tire is, and you use your mirrors to clear behind you, of course. Back up to the front. Cameron Romano, our driver, Cam driver. On the older tires, but holding on nicely in 7th, now 8th.
Interestingly, still using the apron, using that blue line, Morgan, that you talked about earlier, almost hooking that left front onto it, despite having older tires, which we said could, as the front axle gets brought in, so we see a eye on the track here. Picking up Romano again. Deep in focus. I wouldn't want to tap him on the shoulder. I get my arm bitten off there. And again, I mean, obviously
he's looking at us.
Significantly smaller.
He's watching us. Yeah, right there. He caught the apron. You can just see it pulled that car a little bit around, helped him throttle up and drive off that corner well. Also, what bit Hinson earlier in the race was that same move.
Trying to keep that rear of the vehicle. Now he's having a look here. Back of, is that Hayes?
So, chat, you've been fairly quiet today. 34 of you hanging out. You probably watched Indy earlier today, the 500. Which of those drivers that ran Indy this morning are you rooting for to win the double here today? Is it Stellard? Is it McCrelly? Is it Seven Hawthorne? Is it Christian Barnes? Who are we watching? Who we got our eyes on today? Who should we have our eyes on for the rest of this one? Davidson trying to make a move on Hawthorne. There he goes. This 01 has been really quick on the short run. We never really got a chance to see him fight back because of just the way that the cycle worked out in the very first stage. He took the tires at 23, but never got a chance to show that muscle because he got buried back in the teens.
A little bit of wall riding into one. Looking at Hawthorne here. Be done with him. As Davidson's just kind of backing off just fine to let the 29 punch a hole through the air. Although again, they're wanting that clean air, and there he goes to the high side for it. Just looking for a steady run. I think everybody just wants, well, first of all, everybody wants everybody to get out of their way, right?
Of course.
Being in the lead is going to be beneficial for the car, the cooling, as you mentioned as well. These drivers, again, they're just having to manage all of this dirty air and trying to understand, like, as see right there, as Hawthorne now moves in front of Romano, Romano will know that he no longer has that front end grip, and now he has plenty of it. And as soon as 15 drops back in front of him, aero wash or lack thereof is going to kick back in. So they're playing their front ends to the tune of the car in front. And if not, they're paying the price.
And that's exactly what you want to see if you're the 92. Let's go see if we can get it on board here. So you see, there's the 15. And yeah, he's going to go to the high side now. But when you're on the bottom and that car fades at the center and you're able to stick the bottom, that is the best feeling. Because you can just continue on your line like he's not there because he's not impacting you at all. See if it happens down here in 3. Looks like it will. See, 92 kind of missed the bottom there, but now the 15 washes up. 92's right against the line. You have all the grip you need right on the bottom of the racetrack, and it feels tremendous because you're exactly where you want to be, and you're not getting any impact from the guy in front of you. You can sometimes get to his quarter and drag race him off the corner, and then the next corner is yours essentially into 1. You can make that pass fairly easily. The dream scenario.
Still able to hold that low line into.
Oh, Derek Jewett.
Speaking of low line,
my co-commentator, he's also doing the double, of course, was in the booth with me for the entire 500. Running back here 25th in the 600. Let's see what happened to my commentator pal here. Loose moment on his own. No contact with Cameron Romano. Great save, though. Oh, my. Just got tight up into the door of the 86, I believe. 98, apologies. That's that.
What would have Mr. Derek Jewett said about that move?
We're a family show, so I can't repeat it.
Understood. I think we'll say that for letting him say whatever he wants under the helmet there.
Exactly.
That's again, as you said, fantastic save.
That's where you use push to talk, and when you're not pushing the button, we don't need to think about that. Anyway, the question I asked the chat was, who are we watching? The answer, John Stellard is who we're watching. I can find him on timing. Maybe you can help me out. Can't seem
running
to find.
9th right now, the number 5.
There he is, in the 5. Fantastic.
Oh, well, 9th for now.
Yeah, Lewis all over the back bumper. Bollinger on the way. So far, I would say winning the double. For Stellar. Trying to get the votive sweep of May 31st. Pass for the lead, Davidson. Oh, Coulter Clark, had to bail. The final car in at Indianapolis after some other drivers dropped out. Was leading, falls back to 5th. Give Zach Davidson the lead, but give Ashton Crowder a very good look at the 2nd spot here. Trying to look at the lead. Look how easily the 44 rolls the bottom. Now tires, there's definitely an advantage at 7 laps. But still, I mean, this 44 is just glued to the bottom of the racetrack. Let's watch in the car. Let's pick the right car. Like, look how little the wheel moves. It's like he's just on rails. See it down in 3 and 4. Look how little the wheel moves left to right. This is Sunday Drive-esque. He's also shifting. Is anyone else shifting? Is Davidson shifting? No. That may be part of it.
Not dropping down to 4th.
That might have something to do with it, too, because that would help the car, 1, rotate, 2, slow down. Because I just saw Chris Romano do a little over-under move on Hawthorne, not quite able to get the job done. As Coulter Clark, something is wrong with that car. He is fading quickly to the clutches of the drivers behind him.
Yeah, it's also backing him up. Hawthorne getting backed up into that crew as well. 15 to want to clear. Clark is quickly. Actually, it's going to be not 3 wide this time but if they fan back out as it looks like they were trying to, could quickly head that way. 15 immediately to the bottom. Gonna have much of a choice at the moment. I think the others are gonna catch him before he catches Clark.
And the double hopes for Christian Barnes just took a big hit. That's 2 laps down for the 27. Oh, contact off the corner right behind Barnes. Now Romano's 3 wide. We're blocking up to the wall. Oh,
Leonard.
Haynes just put him in the fence. I'm sure that'll go unnoticed later.
Yeah, it's the entire left front.
Yeah, that car is just killed.
Fender.
3 wide. These drivers do not have my playbook. I can tell you that right now. This is just inside the top 10 here. This is 6th, back to Lewis in 11th.
We still got just under 70 to go in stage 2. Such a long way to go.
Ooh, loose moment for the 22.
And almost 2 wall strikes there for the 22.
Yeah, wobbled all the way down the straightaway. Able to hold on. Christian Leonard has me both impressed and concerned. And the reason I say that, this car has been very, very fast all day. My concern is that I've seen him in the wall more times than I would like. And I've seen him out of shape more times than I would like. I think if he can just maybe dial it back like 5%, this car, there's one right there. This car could be a really good competitor. Oh, he got closed off by Bollinger. 22's in the wall again. He could, as I don't know what River Hayes did there. I think this went straight to the right. This 43 could battle the 44 for the win. Oh, he blocked Bollinger there. Crossover coming. Into the wall again. Had him clear. Bollinger's going to get him in the door.
We've seen him have trouble with the high side. I was going to say recent laps and recent corners.
Get to the corner there? No. Gets closed off. He ran to the back of Bollinger, pushing him down the straightaway. Davidson fading quickly, the 0-1. Oh, come on. Oh, he got tight. Leonard did now they're going to door each other. Leonard did a really nice job laying off. 53. He saw he was going to get tight, saw he was going to clip him, did everything he could to avoid it. Did avoid it. And now he's just going to go slide up in front of Bollinger. These two will not go away from each other. This is great. Contact further back. Car just got stuffed in the fence. I didn't see who it was. Christian Barnes, maybe? No, I don't see who it was, but we got cars fanning out everywhere here. Is it Caleb Hunt, maybe? No, it was the 10 of Gillen got put in the wall.
Gotten back going.
Yeah, somebody
just fair share.
Somebody just left hooked him and put him right in the fence. While that happened, Bollinger cleared Leonard. And now here comes Leonard. Davidson might get caught in the crossfire if he's not careful.
Let's give Bollinger the breather that he would want. Probably the answer is no here, unless no one slots in between them.
Looks like he will.
And does so.
And then here comes River Hayes, too. That is not helping Leonard. And Leonard might have used the stuff up, trying to get around Bollinger. It's a little further back, John Woolman. Fighting with Jacob Cochran. Just let Cochran by. Right in front of them is John Stellar in 18th. These are drivers who understand it's a long day. No reason to push too hard right now. Just find yourself a gap, find yourself a place to ride, and just let it ride. This is not that group. This group is ready to scrap and claw and fight for everything. And one thing that we don't talk about very much is just the added mental load of having to deal with, like, oh, there's a car on my outside. Now they're crossing me over. Now we're slide jobbing. It's a lot on the driver with just an AI spotter, even to have a real spotter, to be able to navigate all this consistently for 400 laps. Whereas the guys in the back, or if you're Crowder out by 4.5 seconds, 4.25 seconds, you're just kind of doing your thing, right? There's no rush. You're just chilling. You're sipping your macchiato. You're having a good time. Right, like, let's look to the gearbox. Where's the next car? Just now entering the backstretch while he's entering turn 3. The gap is that large.
It is enormous. And Crowder, well, Paz as well has a decent gap on the rest of the field. It's not the Crowder special.
Right.
But
Paz
is
is
about half a second or so.
Paz has figured it out. I think the driver I'm most impressed with is Coulter Clark. On older tires is running third. Hawthorne giving up a little bit here. He's also on the older tires. He's running in 5th now. Bollinger sandwiches them in the middle on fresher stuff. But those two on the older tires are really impressing me, that they're able to stay with drivers in front of them. They were able to save and just did a nice job. As we are in the window to make it to the end of the stage on fuel, tires maybe a bit of a stretch. Davidson continues to fall back, now to 10. About to be 12, but he's not careful.
I think the drivers, interestingly, in this stage have been much more well behaved. They're still doing what looks like similar moves to stage 1, similar maneuvers, trying to work their way, I guess not work their way through the field, but more just kind of stay where they are for now. And it seems like they're doing the same moves without all of that messy hitting the wall business that we saw a decent chunk of in stage 1. Looks like this looks like what I expected stage 1 to look like. Stage 1 looked like what I expected stage 4 to look like.
Usually how it goes. But we are about to have the lights flip on. We're getting to the twilight, not time of the night here. As these drivers are in the twilight zone still. Oh, that is so tight. I always get nervous off of 4. When you have two guys side by side and the guy on the bottom starts to push up the racetrack, because there is very little room to not absolutely clobber that turn 4 wall when it juts back out. We've seen it in real life. We've seen it in the sim. As Leonard is just fighting his wheels off here in the 43. Try and maintain where he was. Oh, what an aggressive clear. Oh, he's not clear. He's not clear. They're going to wreck on the front stretch. There goes Leonard. Great save from the 43.
Baker able to hold on to it as well.
Yeah, 55 on your timing and scoring. 43 in the simulator. I thought he was going to get driven into from behind as well, trying to get it rewound.
My goodness me, that was not the way I thought that was going to end. And as you spoke about earlier, right, you've got the cars coming off of 4 and onto the, using air quotes, the straight.
Right.
It's extremely, oh, here we go. A little bit of bump drafting here. That's Bollinger around for second position there. And now has a good view at 7 and a bit seconds.
Yeah.
To the 44.
good view at what? 44 is already off of turn 2. Bollinger into 3 or into 1. Caution is out. Aaron Baum, the birthday boy, is in it. Probably not the present he was looking for. I didn't see who else was in it. I have a feeling the 43 was involved somehow, just a sneaking suspicion. I think I was right off of turn number 4. Yeah, got him. 43 and 2 involved. Baum, nice job holding the brakes there. Able to let everybody avoid him. Knew exactly where he was going to go. But don't want the spin, of course. I don't think the damage is too bad on the 2. It looks fine from all the angles. Maybe a little bit on the right front, similar to what his teammate Beckett Brown had earlier. Yeah, actually, the right front is definitely bent. See it right there. Pretty decent look at it. The 43, though, I think got worse damage. And Romano is killing the outside wall here. Not Romano, Leonard. Killing the outside wall here.
Yeah, really hard impact into the wall. Of course, he was loose coming out of 4, got into the side of the other car, and was basically, he hit the wall using the car on his inside unintentionally. And again, you spoke about as everybody now dives into the pits. Basically the perfect time for pitting. We're right in the middle of the stage.
Yeah, this is tailor-made for this stage to come out, have a caution at 50. Now, the only driver who really didn't want that to come out was obviously Crowder, because he had like an 8-second lead. And even if he pit, which he probably would have excelled on and off of pit lane as well, that lead probably would have been closer to 10 seconds at the end of the cycle. I mean, he just had all of the time to play with. This is where I think he's feeling like, if I just don't screw this up, he's probably as close to a Coke 6 or a Charlotte 600 win as you can get. As Paz got him off pit road, no, he did not. Crowder got him at the last second off of pit road.
It was really close. Yeah, he probably had about 25 miles an hour on him, but he was about 2 feet back.
Yeah.
So Crowder just able to stick his toes out and leave the first pit box.
Wasn't there a movie
pit road
where Carr did something to catch up?
I think that's the Flintstones.
I was thinking Cars, but that's okay.
Oh yeah, where he sticks his tongue out.
Yes, in the opening scene. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. That's okay. Didn't quite get there. Probably happened in the Flintstones too.
It's going to take more than a tongue to try to get in front of Crowder here, though. This really is. You got to be asking yourself questions, right? Obviously, 2nd and 3rd and 4th place, as you said, these guys are battling for points as a championship. And also just, the fact that if you come home P3, P4 in a 600-mile race, it's an extremely good accomplishment. Right. It's extremely difficult to choose here. But when it comes to beating, you have to beat everybody. It sounds kind of silly, but if you want to win, you got to be the quickest person out there and take the victory right at the end when it matters. And Crowder seems to be the person to beat. Not only because he's been in first place, he's got a large gap, but he seems comfortable doing it. Morgan, as you've said as well, being on board with him, able to run that low line, and being 7 seconds out in the lead, running any line he chooses. So he's gotten really, I would argue that he's enjoying the performance he's put on him.
I would agree. I do think, though, that now he has his 2 biggest competitors right near him, and that's the 99 and that's the 53 of Paz and Bollinger. I think that these 3, I think they can stay in touch with each other. And Coulter Clark, I don't think is that far off either. Hawthorne is in the ballpark as well. I think that these, and River Hayes, you can't ever exclude him from a conversation. These 6, I don't know. There's something about them that I think that they're going to give a 44 run for his money here the rest of the way.
They found each other.
They did. The cream rises to the top. It took 150 laps. We got there. Into the start zone. Another middle of the zone jump for Crowder. He'll clear by 1 as we head into the kink in the dog leg. Bollinger fights for second with Paz. They got to sort it out because you cannot let the 44 get away like this. Paz will get it here off of number 2. Offset 3 wide. Oh, Hawthorne got close to Clark there. And Marino kind of came out of nowhere, too. The 48 got the nose fixed. Another driver I think you could lump into that conversation as Paz is going for the lead on Crowder.
On the high side into 53 there. You know, Crowder enjoys that low line, or seems to prefer it when doing battle, which he has not had to do for a while now. Clark's going to join him down low.
Clark lost the nose, really shot up the racetrack. That's going to hurt that right front tire just a bit. I think that Crowder, though, is just really licking his chops right now, biding his time, saying, you know what, yeah, I'm third, but I mean, when the lights turn on here and when we get to lap 25 in this run, we are in business. So 20 laps from now, I think he's just saying don't fall back further than maybe 6th and be able to just whittle our way back up to these guys.
So in this position for Crowder, especially with the kind of pace he's been able to show, we get a look back here to Hawthorne and Gillen. Gillen going high there. Hayes underneath in the 81. When it comes to Crowder, do you think, does he have a position threshold that you would imagine him not wanting to fall below? Or do you think that he has a time threshold in terms of how far he has to get up to get to the lead?
Lights are on. Great question. For me personally, it was always position. I never really worried about time because a second back when you're second spot and a second back when you're in 4th spot are two very different and two very different things to navigate. So I always thought about it as positions, and I never wanted to drop. I think it was about 5 spots worse than where I want to run, where I think I can run, because I know I can make up those spots back. So for him, it's probably similar, maybe even a little bit more when it comes to spots. But he started off 1st. He's back to 3rd, I think, or 4th. I think he can pass those 3 cars. Probably doesn't want to fall back any further than, say, Hawthorne or Gillen. That's going to be a lot of work to do in the final 40 laps.
As you said earlier on, we are going to trade one shine for another. We had that lovely orange, glowing, romantic shine, if you will, and we've now traded it for the cold, hard, competitive shine of the lights here in Charlotte. This is turning into a different complexion of race. And these drivers, they're still trying to go 3 wide. They're still jockeying for position, but again, I think they all have their eye in for each other. I think they're trusting their competitors more. We've seen a good or fair amount of contact, but I think that these guys have settled in, and I think that this is going to be
Dustin Lewis.
A much more and we have somebody in the wall there.
Just as we said that,
strike.
Everything starts to fall apart all at once. One loose on the bottom, one into the wall on the top. That driver's back here. I mean, when you're running right around the top 10, it is a dogfight. Because if you're Davidson, for example, you try and make a pass on Lewis, well, yeah, you put yourself in a bit of a bad spot. All of a sudden, you got Romano and Cochran trying to fill the hole. And then Lewis drives away, and you're stuck battling for a spot behind you. It's really frustrating to race back in these spots and not lose your head.
That's what you're speaking about earlier, right? Try not to fall back too far, and that's why you kind of have that mental threshold so that you don't get into a position where you're going to have to work so hard to get back to where you want to be.
Somebody spun somewhere. I think it was Luke Barnes. Let's see if we can go catch a quick replay of that. I just saw. Oh, yep, he definitely spun. Let's try again here. right in front of Reggie Kahn. Got Zach White behind him. Not having a great day, the 04.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Yeah, really slow on the exit, just got loose. And then Zach White just squared him up. Could not have hit him any more square. Tenth spot, Adam Baker. And no, for those wondering, that is not the Adam Baker, co-owner of VSPEED. Different Adam Baker. Short track Adam Baker. Coulter Clark, P3. Trying to get P2 from Ricky Paz. As Bollinger is still driving away, but don't look now. Ashton Crowder. Lap 15 this time. He says it's go time. He starts to move forward.
Trying to pick his horse here. Trying to figure out which way to go. Not to blow by these guys, but just to pick through them without any risky maneuvers.
Now this, he's going to get one right here. Remember, he loves taking the bottom and passing cars. Ooh, Clark's going to squeeze him a little bit.
Going to stay in the middle.
Yeah, did a good job of pinching off the exit, not allowing Crowder to really push that hard. Might have to rethink where he makes the pass or how he makes the pass. And what I think is really nice, on a side note, about these special events, this Charlotte 600, look at your top 5 right now. There are 2 drivers that we've seen in this series before and 3 brand new names. How fantastic is that? To see a combination of drivers that we know and appreciate and drivers that are brand new and willing to elevate this league, this series. Colin Bollinger, of course, we've seen him many times before. He's won many times before in this series. Ricky Paz makes a debut. Coulter Clark makes a debut. Ashton Crowder makes a debut. And then Anthony Marino Jr. on a fill-in basis appears here and there. River Hayes has been a near constant in this series this season. So has Seven Hawthorne, and Joshua Gillen, Dustin Lewis, and Adam Baker. Not making many appearances up here in the Cup Series, but does every now and then. So it's nice to see a good mix of new drivers, of drivers who have experience in the series, because it makes everyone raise. Everyone gets better when the talent pool gets better. If you're willing to learn, of course.
I was going to add that as well. That is definitely, if you're wanting to be against the best of the best, you know, you've got somebody who's been here for a while, knows all the tricks. I feel like, Morgan, not to make you feel any older, but I believe that you'd be one of those old dogs that would really make me shake in my boots if I saw you in my rearview mirror. And then you got these young guys, right? They're coming through, not necessarily in age, but in terms of their experience with this series specifically. And of course, you have to figure out, well, who's this guy? Who's this person?
Right.
And with the performances that we've seen, especially for today, even if they're not able to walk away with the big trophy, they can really kind of stamp their name out there. Announcers are having to say your name 10, 20, 30 times a stream because you're fighting for the lead. You're fighting for a top 5. You're making an impact in the race when it matters.
In a good way.
That's what. Yeah, yes, definitely, absolutely. It can also turn a different shade there, but when it comes to somebody putting somebody else under pressure, it really can be good to get your name out there. And also just kind of see, right? Everybody has that question. Am I the best of the best? How good am I?
Right.
Do I belong? All these questions can be answered by joining this type of league, joining this type of event, and seeing what you're made of.
Right about that. And another thing it does for new drivers, specifically, I guess for the old drivers, when they look at new drivers, you have Bollinger here, who looks up in the mirror and says, "That's a new name. That's Crowder. Okay, is, I mean, obviously we know Crowder has been great on the long run. He's great on the short, just fast everywhere. But is the car gonna fall off? Is he just good all the time? Same with Paz. Where's the weakness? You have a notebook. If you're Bollinger, you know how Hayes is going to drive. You know how Marino's going to drive, and Hawthorne, and Gillen, and Lewis, and Wilson, and Cochran, etc. You know what those guys are going to do. You know their strengths and their weaknesses. You have no idea what the 44's got, what the 99's got, the 29, because they're new. They're brand new. The 22, you haven't seen them before. So now you have to build your notebook up, and it's a long race. You can do it, but you got to figure out where are they good, where are they not good, where can I beat them when it comes down to it, because it looks like, again, I said 25 laps, we're at 23 in the stint. Bollinger went out and gapped everybody, and now Crowder is here at 25 laps. So if it comes down to 25 lap dash, you might have something, but anything longer than that, you're gonna have to really figure out a way to get a good gap over Crowder, because he's on the way.
He is on the way indeed. And again, it almost seems like the knuckleball effect, right? Nobody really throws knuckleballs in baseball. But when you have a pitcher who throws a knuckleball, what are you supposed to do, right? You don't see him a lot. And this can be kind of the knuckleball effect here, as Crowder now living up to his name here all over the back of Bollinger for the lead. 25 to go in the stage.
Oh, he's going to crowd him on the exit. Bollinger scrapes the wall, doesn't hit it terribly hard. I think Crowder led that lap. Going to dive down into one. Bollinger right on his door. Bollinger's known to be aggressive. Oh, right on the door. You can't get any closer. Oh, they're wrecking in front of him. Luke Barnes is just struggling today. The 04 pops the wall. And in that, I think Crowder decided, let's lift. This thing is a hot rod. No reason to throw it all away on lap 176 behind some of these guys. Luke Barnes holding up drivers now. Similar to how we saw the 51 earlier.
It is just not his day in the 04. And moving down to the bottom if he can. Speaking of at the bottom, Crowder's going to swap it back up. So are we seeing guys that are more comfortable at the high side than the low side, or is it basically what the car is wanting? The car demands that you go high side to get that faster line, or going low side to hook around that apron.
So what I've found here, and again, I could be wrong about this, I'm not nearly as highly rated as a lot of these drivers are in this type of racing, but what I've always found here is that if you treat the car well and you're patient, you can run the bottom all night and you can be fast all night long. I typically just feed the bottom here. I don't really run a lot of the high side. If you push the car and you're aggressive and you drive more than what the car's got, you're going to have to start using the high side, because you won't be able to get it to turn in the center of the corner on the bottom. You'll just get tight, tight, tight. It'll push up the racetrack, and you'll have to use the top side, kind of enter middle, slide up a little bit, and then diamond off the corner to get the run, because that's all the car will allow you to do. So, and with all of these being the same setup, there is no, oh, his car was set up looser than mine to start. Oh, he's better in this corner than that corner. It's entirely driver based, and it's driver based in how you save, in how you manage, and in where you throttle up, how much you turn the wheel, et cetera, et cetera. That's what the difference is here. And that's why we're seeing Crowder just be good everywhere. And he's running both lines. He hasn't just been on the top or just been on the bottom. He has been all over the racetrack and excelling everywhere.
That's what I was having to look at here. Speaking of everywhere, like wall right in there, and wasn't as close as it looked.
Yeah, that's White up
Clark
against the
still
wall.
clinging on there. Hayes right behind. Hawthorne down low as well. Here comes Marino. Marino's broken out of that top 10. Out of the top 10.
Oh, geez. That was a hyper-aggressive move on Hayes. Almost got turned for his efforts. And we've talked at length about how Crowder has been terrific on the long runs, right? Driver who has been the opposite, Zach Davidson. Remember, we've seen him up at the front a number of times, and this car fades like a rock later in the run. Seven Hawthorne's kind of in that same boat. Not to the degree of the 01, but was really fast moving forward at the start of the run, has kind of maintained, maybe even fallen back a little bit later in the run. Bollinger, you could say to a degree is that way, but of course that's comparing himself to Crowder, who has been the best on the long run. Dustin Lewis has been pretty consistent. He's been about a, 5th to 8th place car on both the short and long run. He doesn't really lose or fade at any point throughout the stint. It's really interesting to see how drivers manage their stuff, because obviously we're all different. We all drive differently. We all have different habits, different tendencies, different abilities that kind of all, when you put them all together, some combinations hit better at different racetracks than others, and it just really makes these drives a lot of fun, because you can anticipate what your competitors will do and where they'll be good and where they'll be weak. Oh my goodness! Kevin is taking some liberties with the left rear quarter panel. Clark just about explored how to put 7 Hawthorne in the outside retaining wall.
Marino is looking all over the back of the 29 there. Clark in 5th position. This is for 4th place here. And here comes Clark around the outside again, trying to choose which way to go around. Apologies, Marino around the outside of Clark. And Marino's now going to get a good look at Hawthorne, most likely down the back straight if he can clear.
Got him.
Which I think he's got that done. And my goodness me, that was close.
I want to shout out a few guys here as we close into halfway who are having... Oh, never mind. Caution is out.
Hello.
I was actually just going to talk about him. Cochran not having the day we expected. Just had a bit of a slide there in turn number 3. Another driver around. Clayton Good in that same area. Let's go back and see what happened. We'll get to my thought here in just a bit, but... '88 inside of the 10. Yeah, we've seen this a lot tonight. Oh, we got 2 of them. Oh, and then there's Good and the 01 come together. Not particularly either of those drivers' faults. Let's go back one more time and see it here. Cochran just a little tight. I think off of 2. Clipped the 10. Got loose, couldn't save it, clipped the 92. Then went careening down to the inside. Did not hit anything other than those 2 cars. There's one right there. So 1 hit, 2 hit. Oh, 92 hit that wall a ton. Cochran somehow missed it. That was very close. And then the 91 of Good, along with the 01 of Davidson, caught up as well. There is Good sitting broadside on the racetrack. Split decision here with under 20 laps left in the stage. We'll see Crowder, Bollinger stay out with Hawthorne. First driver on pit road is Paz in the 99. I was going to talk about drivers having good runs that are maybe out of the norm, but with this pit cycle kind of mixing stuff up, now is not the time. We'll talk about it maybe the end of the stage or partway through stage number 3 as we are working closer to halfway.
Just setting up for a similar finish to stage 1 here, Morgan. We're going to get a short run, well, relatively short run to the line. Assuming that we go green all the way to the line there. I'm assuming a lot, aren't I?
You are. There's some assumptions being made up here in the broadcast booth, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll have to check myself. And we may have a sprint. Again, we saw Crowder good on a short sprint. As you said, Bollinger able to get to the front. But was that just the 44 letting him have it and trying to come back later, which he, of course, did?
To also remember, though, on the same tires as before. So Crowder clearly has better tires than Bollinger does. So that is even going to more favor the 44 with the clean air, with the launch. I mean, this is it's shaping up to be a kind of a repeat of the first stage.
When it comes to the restart, do you make sure that you are, I want to say randomizing, making sure that you are going in an unpredictable fashion, whether it's early, it's middle, it's late in that restart zone?
If you're Crowder?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think it matters, really. I mean, Bollinger's going to do everything he can to guess when you're going to go anyway, so the earlier you go, the harder it is for him to guess. Unless it's right when the zone starts, and it's pretty easy to guess. But in the later you go, especially, it's easier for him to kind of roll speed and match you when you jump. It's really, I think, more about if you want the top side and you're on older tires, I don't think it really matters when you jump as long as you can clear him center off of turn 2. Because then you control it. As long as he's not to your door on the exit of 2, you still have a chance. Or he still has a chance. So that's where it's interesting, but I don't think it matters where he goes. I think the driver in the best spot that isn't the 44 is the 15, because as the driver starting behind the leader, you can do a bit better job of anticipating when the leader will go. You can even launch half a beat early, and as soon as you get to the back bumper of the leader, if he launches properly, you already are past second, and you're on your way to potentially getting 1 extra point. Let's see who does what here. You can see Hawthorne launches early. Mistimed it. It's going to have to lift. Big wiggle for the 22. Oh my gosh, further back. Caleb Hunt just gave Adam Breaker the biggest break of the race here.
Able to straighten him up there with the front of his car.
As Hawthorne gets around Bollinger, Lewis fights with his teammate. Where'd the 93 come from? Isaac Wilson just has a way to show up when points are on the line. Derek Jewett as well stayed out to get some stage points. Looks like that may pay off here. 10 laps to go in stage number 2. We're racing to halfway. Saw a driver hit the wall way, way back. Remember, Paz on fresh tires, dude. 40-lap newer rubber on the 99. Can he get up to the point? Already up to 7th spot. And we are 3 wide for second. Lewis and Bollinger trying to team up to get around Hawthorne. So far, so good. Look how fast the 99 is, James.
That is absolutely flying here. The main thing is just picking
4
your
wide
moments.
Sorry to cut you off, but my goodness, what the this is chaos back here. When you see 3 wide, 3 rows deep, and you're not on a super speedway, you have questions.
Noah into second position. Oh, as we have a couple of wall strikes. I say a couple, maybe 4 or 5. 3 wide down, almost 4. Oh my goodness, they're back down to 2. It's changing all the time. There's still 6 laps in this. And oh my goodness, the 01 almost into the back.
I said, where'd the 93 come from? Where'd he go? Fell back a ton of spots here on the older tires. Got ganged up on by all of the fresher tires. Back up front, Paz has got clear. Can in 5 laps he gain enough time to catch Crowder? The math doesn't look good. It is, of course, possible, as Gillen now is going to squeak by up into 3rd. Hayesville clear.
Being shuffled here.
Wow. The tires are just so important. This driver way down in the grass, that was Romano. Stellard looking to just impress in his Cup Series debut for Slim Chickens. Hayes clears Gillen. That's a podium in stage 2. Hangs in the balance. Look at these guys. Mix of old tires and new tires.
The Bollinger, if we leave out Crowder, which is rude but necessary for this.
Oh, we got a spinner! Spinner off of turn number 4. Somehow Clark only got hit by one driver. Onto pit road. Caution is out. I think Caleb Hunt got involved as well. Yes, the 19 has some damage. Coulter Clark got put in a bad spot in the center of 3 and 4, and around he went. Hit the wall here. And David Wallace said, I don't think you're done spinning quite yet. Yeah,
Seven Hawthorne almost getting collected.
This is kind of a weird one. We're going to go back and see this again. There's a lot that happened here. A lot of nuance to this accident. So we're watching, of course, this silver car with the orange numbers gets hit in the back from the 08. But also watch this next group. Watch that black car with the green numbers right here. Gets a big strike on the back of Cochran. That's a big hit. And then Caleb Hunt right into the back of Davidson. Very similar to what we saw on Thursday night. See from Hunt's point of view. And this is going to be the stage, by the way.
Oh, definitely. And we almost had a residual accident as well. 2 cars trying to rejoin and another getting fired off. So they almost made contact 30, 40 feet into the infield.
Yeah, it was right here. I think it was with
was
it with the 01? Or was it? Yeah, where was I did see that, though. I don't remember where it was.
But extremely close.
One more time here. I think it was with the 92 down in the grass. Almost clipped the 01, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's have a look here. So there's the accident up ahead. Clark having the issue. 2 cars off. 2 cars joining back on. 2 cars off and then one joining back on.
It was Hunt and Romano is where that accident almost happened. Luckily, no further damage to either of those cars. But Ashton Crowder, that is... that's a 2 for 2 right there. Batting 1,000 so far on winning the stage. He's been pretty good today. Let's, what do you say we chat with our stage 1 and 2 winner? Let's do it.
Let's do that.
Ashton Crowder, Morgan and James up in the booth. You got a copy?
I do. What's up?
Well, you've been pretty good here today. Winning both stages, leading 95 of the 200 laps completed. Can you give us any insight as to what this 44 is doing differently than everybody else?
You know, matter of fact, I think I can. So they're pushing really hard early. So you kind of see me, I lose a lot of time. I've been trying to... Sorry, I'm listening to race control. Alright, we're good. Yeah, no, I've been trying to manage like how much time I lose, everything. Try not to give up more than like a second and a half, 2 seconds. But like especially like the first round of the race, they were just so crazy that I was just like, whatever, like I'll figure it out. And then 10 to 15 laps in, they kind of burn their right fronts off. At least I think it's their right fronts. And then I can turn the center better than they can after that. So I can run the bottom better because I can turn the center better, but I can also run the top better because I can turn the center better and I can lift earlier than they do and whole thing. So basically it's tire saving and managing temp and pressure on the right front.
So is there anything going forward that concerns you in this race that can keep you out of victory lane?
I mean, I guess getting wrecked. I mean, that's kind of always the concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that were kind of acting a little wild early aren't really doing that now, knock on wood. So it's been really fun. I mean, we've had some good battles here, the last like 2 or 3 runs. So yeah, but yeah, getting wrecked and then just not making mistakes. Like I've almost sped on pit road every single time down, almost missed my box every time. And that's just a product of me not really racing that much anymore. So, you know, I got to do a better job with that and, you know, keep a clean race myself.
All right. Well, see, you're on pit road here, so good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bet. Ashton Crowder, Stage 1 and Stage 2 winner, current leader of the race. Pole winner, most laps leader. Other superlatives, probably. That's what I can think of right now, James.
The tone during that interview there was cool.
Yeah, calm. Very calm.
He seems like he has his own playbook, and it seems like, again, he's running a really fine line when it comes to the execution. He said that he's really pushing the limits for his pit box as he exits off of pit road right there. But it sounds like, and obviously he has a, you know, he still has a mountain to climb. It sounds like he's got his gear, he's got his game plan, and it sounds like he's just going to continue executing because Morgan looks like it's working out so far.
Yeah, so far so good. Now this one, bit of a shakeup. This will be the furthest back he started on a restart all night, if I'm not mistaken. As he has pit tied for the least amount of times today with 4 of drivers who are still running, of course. As he did not pit early in the race. Remember, he stayed out, got cycled back up to second, and ended up leading and winning the stage in the first stage. But Hayes, no tires. Gillen, 2 tires. Paz and Crowder, and everybody else back to Marino on 4 tires. This will be interesting. The lights are on. The track temp is down to 78 degrees, so it's getting colder. Usually 80 for me is the threshold of hot track, cold track. 2 tires here. You have the grip that could be a very, very important move the rest of the way.
Yeah, and the guys will also be monitoring who took 2, but not even that. They'll be looking at what kind of pace they can run, and basically the way that this track is going to treat. And of course, the more that run 2 tires, the more information you can get as well. So, right, if you have one guy out there and he's either using up his stuff or really falling back significantly trying to save, 10, 15 spots, something dramatic, then you may not get the best information. But it seems like they're going to have enough guys to have a good sample size. That's what I'm looking for. A good sample size of competitors.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hayes flipped the stage, having that caution right before it. I think he's got not terribly old tires, just took fuel only there. That'll loosen the car up a little bit and help him out. Gillen again on the 2 tires. That's going to free that car up a little bit. That should help out also. Paz, Lewis, Crowder still on 4 as we've seen them all night. And then Bollinger on 4 as well. Stellard is just hanging around here in the top 10. This 5 is looking incredible today, having what I'd have to think is probably the best day of his sim racing life. Won his first 500-mile IndyCar race earlier today, right here on VSPEED. We saw Derek Jewett along with me in the booth by 58 thousandths of a second. Came down to, as he mentioned, in turn 3, utilizing his hybrid push to pass, a little bit different than his competitor, and it threw his competitor off. Did everything he had to do to get that race done, and he did it. Today, in this race, tonight, no such gizmos or gadgets. All you have in the car to make it drive better, a steering wheel, a throttle pedal, a brake pedal, and a brake bias adjustment knob. That's it. That's all you get. So you have to figure out from the driver's seat with your inputs how this car is going to drive better. And so far, I think he's learning. Remember, he was back in the 20s to start this thing off. But as we get closer to the end of this race, right now at the middle portion, he's starting to pick it up. And I think this 5 is going to be closer and closer to the front throughout.
you could be dead wrong. John Stellard may have some push to pass on that car, but I doubt the 5's got anything like that in there.
I don't know how he would. That would be.
Yeah, that's right. He's got a 5.8 liter.
I had a major questions if he was able to, if he had push to pass in that car, no one else did. First question would be how? How is that possible? iRacing would have questions as well.
Oh, absolutely, that would be.
That would be
John,
quite
how'd
something.
you do it? Oh well, I just
pushed the pass. No. Anyway.
Yeah, no, he's got a 5.8 liter V8 in there and independent front rear suspension, and again, as you said, 2 pedals, a wheel, and a little switch there to adjust the way that the car can attack into the corner. And he's made it work.
Off and away. Paz will slide into second. Gillen in third with the 2 tires. They are all crossed up. Further back, remember we saw the 15 and 53 fight a lot in that run. Coulter Clark on the way back after the spin, working alongside Jewett. That is for 12th. There's that orange, black, and silver 29. Off of 4. These fresh tires make you feel like Superman. You can do whatever you want with the car. Drive it in deep, rotate the center really well, go 3 wide like this and force a move. You sure can. Just wait 10 laps. You won't feel quite the same giddiness as you do right now. Clayton Good. Go around Crowder. Marino caught the wall. I think Cochran did it as well. I think Clark missed it. Has there been anything so far that has really surprised you about this race, James?
I think the temptation on new tires to try to stick with everybody else, and the display from Crowder. I was almost gonna make a joke, and then I realized James is kind of a good point. 95 laps led. I feel like the laps that he's led, he's wanted to, and I feel like when he hasn't wanted to lead, as you've said, right, he backs off a little bit. He's fine as long as he doesn't go under his threshold and try to get back into the back half of the top 10, for example. He's almost there now, actually. Bollinger, Cochran, and others, Stellard, trying to have a look at the 53.
I think you bring up a good point, and yeah. We've seen many races in the Mystic Racing that have been just flat out dominated. We saw a race last year where Andrew Allen in the Truck Series led every lap at Lime Rock and lapped the field. We've seen earlier this year in both Cup and in Trucks where we've had River Hayes, Devin Curl lead all but 1 lap or every lap or whatever it is, 95% of the laps, whatever the case is, and win the race. This one feels different. This one feels like the 44 is just doing whatever he wants right now, and the rest of the field is kind of at his mercy. That's almost what this race feels like. It's got kind of a weird flavor to it, and I'm really intrigued to see what it looks like the rest of the way.
Yeah, this is one of those races where you're definitely going to have to watch the whole thing. Not that you wouldn't want to, but it really is. I mean, if anybody in the chat or anybody else watching, including Morgan and myself here on VSPEED, if you can 100% guarantee, put $1 million down and guarantee you know who the winner is, then I will tip my hat to you, because I would not take that bet.
I would say right now, if there were live betting odds, that the bet for Ashton Crowder or the field is looking very juicy for the field in terms of the odds for winning the race. I think the underdog would be Crowder in this case with how good he's been today. But this Charlotte 600, these races have a way of right at the last second, something will flip, something will change. I've seen it happen all of the last week. To talk about my own experience for a moment, I led the most laps in mine on Sunday morning. I had by far the fastest car. It was not particularly close, and it came down to fuel mileage. I miscalculated my fuel mileage, had to pit an extra time, still came back to finish second, but I essentially threw the race away because I wasn't thinking forward enough. Will any driver make that mistake? As Gillen sails it off into turn number 3. My goodness. He's had the lift, gives up the spot, but what I'm saying is that if you would have looked with 100 laps to go, you would have said, oh, the car I was driving is probably going to win the race based on speed. Because I had like an 8-second lead or whatever, but in the tank, didn't have enough, ended up finishing second. And it just changes just like that, right? The race flipped on its ear.
Is that also in the playbook?
Well, I mean, I added a note to the playbook to pay attention to fuel mileage. Of course, the difference is with those races as well. Stellard falls down the running order, had a bit of a moment off of 4. The difference as well in the official race is that there are no stages. You could go a green from 1 to 400 if you wanted to end up going 250 green in that race. So a little different than here, but you still have to understand what's going on around you and not just focus on your car's speed, because you can get beat in other ways as well. I think he may have got help. No, he got loose on his own, actually. Great save. Oh, my.
Very good. Didn't even leave the track.
Yeah, I mean, guy's a wheel man. Oh, and Julie had the same thing happen. Oh, they're wrecking
sideways.
now.
Oh,
Time's in it. And that's Cameron Romano, as well as, I can't see the other car was in that. Go back on a replay. Something really weird happened here when we cut back from this replay. So there's Jewett on the bottom, Baum the birthday boy on the top, Reggie Kime. Oh, Jewett just went up and got Kime. And then Kime, I don't like the look of this. What is that? Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
There are so many words I want to say right now. We're going to try and maintain our composure. But he just ruined 3 drivers' races off of what is one of the most baffling things I've ever seen in the Mystic Racing League. Let's go back and look at it one more time. So he gets sent here, no doubt about it. But I don't think he ever lifts off the pedal. We are still full throttle.
He's expecting just to rejoin potentially under the apron or try to get to the apron by the time the corner begins. And there is an enormous leap. I'm sure if you freeze it just right, there's going to be dirt, and he's going to look like the General Lee as he comes through that not necessarily the road course section, but yes, he's going to go down to the infield.
Yeah.
He's going to hit this here, the Legends Oval there. He crosses Charlotte 600, and then right there, maybe 30, 40 feet before the black stuff, which again is grass, he gets launched, and he has to go left hand down as the rear end spins to the left, front end goes right, and he completely rejoins almost at a 45-degree angle.
And I mean, beyond, obviously, he hit the bump and it made him jump and he turned back right in front of the field. That part aside, there was no way he was making that corner. Like, there was no shot. Let's go back one more time here and just look at it from his onboard. So, I want you to look at when he's going through the grass, which we went back a little too far here, but when he's going through the grass, I want you just to look at where his car is pointed in reference to that wall. Like, he got help here, no question. This was on Jewett for getting him, but like, look at where he's gonna run straight into that red sign where you set up the corner. Like, he's not making that turn. I have no idea what he's doing. Yeah, I hate that for Cameron Romano, our only cam driver. I don't want to show his camera because of the dejection I can see in his face. I mean, he ran a fine race, was up running well throughout this one, and got taken out by just, I mean, there are so many things I want to say, but this is just not the forum to say them. And you should know, Reggie Kime, I'm cutting you a massive break by not saying anything. about what I just saw on the racetrack. Wow. Back to the race. Let's reset. 20 laps into stage number 2. As your leader, Lewis, Gillen, Hawthorne, Crowder, your top 5. We've gone through first driver off pit road with tires. Actually, sorry, no tires here on good. Back in 14th. McCrelly, we haven't really talked about today. He had a spin earlier. He is first car on fresh tires back in 15th position. The top 13 from Paz back to David Wallace are still on their original rubber from the end of the stage. 18 laps on those tires.
Looks like Good has new tires and is in 13th, so David Wallace 14th, split by Good and Caleb Hunt. Or apologies, Good split by Hunt and Wallace there on the far side. And of course, Christian McCrelly. We haven't spoken about him too much in the 600. In the 500, had a really good look at it.
A lot of airtime in the 500. He did a phenomenal job there. Finished third. Had a shot at the win. Just it fell away from right at the end. He ended up clipping the wall in a fight with Sheridan Wade. Kind of knocked the toe out a little bit, knocked some of the goodie out of the car, and ended up getting that third spot, which is still great. Podium in a 500-mile race, still a great feeling. Paz, Gillen, into the start zone, and away we go. Oh, Gillen missed the bottom. Had a bit of a wobble there up the racetrack. No harm, no foul. Oh, Lewis on a rocket ship right now up to the top side. Oh, we got a big wiggle here. Baker just had the moment of the race. Off of 4, getting split on both sides. Let's go back and see what caused that wobble. We're going to see it here about half a lap. See, there's Lewis up into the fence. You're not missing anything on racetrack right now. No changes for position at the moment. Oh, my goodness. Clark just went up and got him. What a save by the 22. Romano just barely missed him. Hunt missed him to the top side. Wow.
That's the second time on a restart that he's had such difficulty.
Well, it doesn't
but
help
again, fantastic car control.
Yeah.
But how many of those can you be expected to save?
0.
Do that 3-4 times and see if you can, I say get away with it, if you can survive that kind of onslaught multiple times in the same race.
He got away with one there. That car should be wrecked. I mean, he was 45 degrees sideways pointing at the inside wall. It somehow brought it back without getting hit by anybody. That's the really impressive part, is everyone else around him figured out what was happening. Was able to avoid.
8 out of 10, really good.
Only 8? Come on now. Have you ever driven these cars?
I need to see a 360 or something. He's got to do something more spectacular
If you've ever driven these cars, you know that's a 10 out of 10 save. These things, when they get pointed the wrong direction, are the hardest cars to drive of anything on the service. There's something about the nose of these cars. I think it's independent rear suspension or independent suspension. When it either gets pointed left or right, if you have any wheel in it the opposite way, it'll just snap. So like if you're sliding to the left and you put even a modicum of wheel in it back to the right and it hooks up, the right front takes off and it just noses into the wall. There's no bringing it back. So to have a slide like that and not get hit by anybody, because the only way to save it is to jam the brake pedal, is just super, super impressive.
Definitely. I was fortunate enough to call a race at Milwaukee just 24 hours ago, and we saw that next-gen snap we were speaking about. Of course, Milwaukee, extremely flat circuit.
It is.
And it is different beast to this, or I would say the Charlotte Motor Speedway is a different beast to that. As we see that banking being put to good use by the 44, Crowder going up high. And again, you just get the sense, right? Unless I'm missing something, I get the sense that Crowder, he wants to be in 5th, and if he wants to make up spots, he's going to pull the pin, and he's going to adjust his position until it's the one he wants.
Yeah, I think it's time now. I think he's starting to pick it up here and starting to go. But you mentioned the word beast. You know what this racetrack's nickname is, by chance?
I've got the America's Home for Racing.
There's another one.
But that sounds like a mouthful.
Beast of the Southeast.
Beast of the Southeast.
What this racetrack is called. So, apt descriptor, calling this place a beast.
Yeah, I also think, especially with these really low camera shots, the entries and exits of the corners, of course, the low side, the apron, you kind of drop down into the bowl.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep.
The high side, you have to go way up over the hill to join that. The far side of the track, the outside of the track, I should say, is significantly higher up over on the right. And then you drop down onto the straightaway. Well, again, I say straightaways. We're still turning left here as we head across the strike, but we go way up the circuit, or up the track, and it really is just a roller coaster. So the guys on the apron sliding up onto the straightaway, the guys on the high side dropping down onto the straights.
Not sure what happened to Derek Jewett, folks. Now 11 laps down, just came off a pit road, clearly hit something with that 45 car. But that is going to be effectively day over in terms of winning the race. Now he's just going to try and survive for points the rest of the way here, running currently in 25th. Only car behind him running is Lauren Vincent, who is 5 laps back. Next car in front of him, Zach White, who is 10 laps up on the 45. So not the day he was looking for, but he'll keep plugging away. That's what he does. But yeah, you mentioned the bowl effect here, and I think the hardest part of this racetrack, there's a little bit of a dip. And it's a kind of a hump into a dip over the exit of turn 4 on the high side. We're going to see it here, I think. If the Gillen runs the top, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. Whatever handling condition you're fighting, if you're loose or if you're tight, it just exacerbates that problem. You're going to see it here. So watch, like we're pretty level. And then all of a sudden, you're up, down, up. You kind of saw that right when the wall turned black. It is so easy that if you're tight, you push up over that bump and it just loses grip and you smack the fence. As Bollinger takes the lead from Paz, for a moment up against the wall now. If you're loose, you hit that bump and then the dip makes the right rear spin and you drive down to the grass. It is such a hard corner to get right on the exit.
I'm going to go ahead and burn my pun here real quick for
Please
the
do.
stream.
Please do.
Bollinger was pazzed right back and now has been pazzed by Bollinger.
That's good.
As Crowder crowds into the back of the 99.
That's good stuff.
All right. I'm about to lose it here. All right.
That's good stuff. Well done. I do want to make note, Cameron Romano, of course, caught up in the accident with Reggie Kahn a few laps ago. I want to read this. This is the official statement from the team. Absolutely dejected, having a quiet night, trying to get out of everyone's way, just log some laps. The 98 CR Auto Sports team will be back soon. Love to hear the determination in the voice. Really unfortunate the way that his race ended. Was having a great night, just doing his own thing, not impacting anyone's race in a negative way, and to get taken out on the front stretch in just a flurry of insert word here. Yeah, that's really just sour night to what has been. I mean, he ran over half the race and did it with very little issue, and then obviously taken out in something that he had no way to avoid.
Yeah, those really can be the toughest ones where you run, not even losing the lead or something like that, as we have a little bit of contact there. The 48 on the inside of the 10. Gillen in the wars there for the just under the top 10. It's something that just couldn't be avoided.
Right.
It's something that really wasn't it was basically just almost like a roulette of
it was
who's it going to be.
The imperfect storm, really. I mean, you say like, unavoidable in the sense he couldn't avoid it, but avoidable in the sense that that whole incident was completely avoidable, right? Like it kind of cuts both ways.
Definitely.
Those are the ones that really hurt, I think, because you look at the guy who hit you and you go, like, what are we thinking here? And then you look at yourself and say, how could I have avoided it? He probably never even saw that car, right? Like, that car was not even in the thought, because you expect to do something, a completely different action, and all of a sudden, it's in your lap, and your day is destroyed. But we're gonna try. I'm gonna try and leave this topic alone for the rest of the day. I'll see how long I make it before I talk about it again. But either way, lead battle. These two, I think we have found our best two cars of the day. Crowder, we've talked about at length, and Bollinger has led the second most laps today. The number, 26. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's second most. Either way, two great cars, and I think with this track cooling down a little bit, it has extended the tire life of the 53. Because remember, it used to be 25 laps, and he'd be falling back into the clutches of Crowder. We're now almost 40 into this run.
Yeah, we were asking questions of the 53 in terms of the short versus long runs. We've gotten, well, where's some wood? There it is. We've gotten a pretty decent long run here in this third stage.
And another driver who showed up out of really nowhere, Aaron Baum. Birthday boy. He had some cake, and now he's got the energy he needs, making this thing roll right now. In the 2, up to 7, got his teammate right behind him. These damn cars. That's Derek Aaron Motorsports. The 2, the 12, the 48, the 45. They've turned up to play here recently. Obviously, Beckett in the 12 and Derek in the 45 have had rough days. Beckett's out of the race, and Derek obviously many laps down. But the 2 and the 48, they're fast tonight. They definitely could make some noise here.
Yeah, Marino's been in the top 10, I believe, the majority of the race. And he's not really going away. And again, it seems almost like breaking into that top 5 doesn't seem to be on his list at the moment. I'm sure that will be changing later on. And the question is, will he be able to bring it when he needs to?
Caught the wall there.
I was going to say another wall strike. And look who's right behind the 48 there. Somebody we hadn't talked about. We might need to have a look there. McCrelly in the 75 coming to join the party. And, well, that's what his car looks like. And we may be seeing a little more of it as we hit the middle, or we're about to hit the middle of stage 3.
That is a way that I have just, like, that I've never heard someone explain like a shot. There's the car. That's what it looks like. We might see more of that. That's awesome. That's gold. well done, James Newton. Battle up here tight for 6th. Clark, Baum. Clark's going to squeak ahead for the moment, trying to chase down Hawthorne. Is up front. Bollinger, Crowder. This battle getting a little intense. Crowder trying the under-over. Will get alongside. Might be able to clear the outside. Oh, yes. Look at the speed of the 44. Bollinger's going to give it a shot down to the bottom. I think actually Crowder may have caught the wall there. Still door-to-door on the exit and give the lead back to the 44. As Clark and Baum still scrap. Closing in on halfway through the stage. I would imagine first pit stop got to be on the way here. Cycle should be starting soon.
I feel like when it comes to Crowder and Bollinger that they're going to continue this battle. Perhaps both of them think that the other could run away. But of course, with the pit stops coming through, as we see, nice little move by Clark there, trying to get down the inside of Baum. So I assume that both Crowder and Bollinger think that the other driver might be able to get away from them. And so they're both pushing really hard. They have almost a second in hand from the rest of the field. And now, speaking of getting away, so Crowder's gotten back out front and has stretched 6/10 and climbing. And that's not what the 53 wants to see. But again, as we've said, the 53 is doing what they need to do to be up at the sharp end. Problem is there's one person, there's another wall strike there off of 4.
Yeah.
There's one person so far, Paz maybe in the conversation as well, that is thwarting the 53 being comfortable, and that is, again, we've been talking about him more and more as the laps come through. Crowder, Ashton Crowder running so far the strongest race of anyone that I can think of.
And how frustrating is it to show up and have the second fastest car? You know, like you have this field covered, if not for one guy.
Well, of course, I wouldn't know. I'm always the fastest, but
naturally.
No, it definitely is. You know, when it comes to, I actually participated in a karting event, and I got 4th place at the national level. And the top 3 move on to, or apologies, at the state level, the top 3 moved to nationals, and I finished like a quarter of a second behind my good buddy in 4th place. So being the 4th best person in the state is fantastic feeling, but I would have preferred 3rd or better.
Of course.
And so again, it can really, I don't know if frustrating is the right word. I think it's more surprising, right? And speaking of surprising here, Pirelli on the inside of Hawthorne. Got that easily done. And here comes the 75.
I am a little surprised in McCrelly. And just in the fact of, I hadn't heard about this driver until today. Essentially. Ran 3rd in Indianapolis. Could have won the race. As Marino Jr., did he spin or is he on pit? No, he's on pit road here. Marino Jr. on the pit lane. Back to McCrelly. I hadn't really heard about this driver until he ran the IndyCar race earlier today. Obviously finished 3rd, did a great job, had a shot to win, didn't quite work out for him. And then started this race in 13th. I'm thinking, okay, you know, maybe some good single car speed, no problem. And then, because at the beginning of the race, he really wasn't a factor. Caught up in an accident, just kind of quietly around. He's turning me into a believer. Running 6th after lap 250 tells me he's in it for the long haul. No strategy gimmicks to get up here. This car is just fast. Crowley doing everything he needs to do to get a good finish out of this one. He could be our double winner today. Going up against John Stellard. Of course, won earlier, but the way the average finishing machine works, I think McCrelly would have that spot on him.
He's got 17 lap newer tires than his competitors up ahead. But again, right, we talked about the way that you use your tires, looking at the number, right? That could be completely different. If you, for example, if you run...
Oh, we're spinning! We're wrecking on the backstretch. Hawthorne and Clark, 2 days over. Oh, man. 2 great runs gone completely sour. Caution is out. Coulter Clark's day is definitely over. And what was it?
I was trying to see if the 15 was stationary by
I saw
disbelief.
the 3 wide coming. And it, man. Wow. Go on one more time.
Obviously tons of track position, but how much damage did that 15 take? Obviously they went face first into the wall, but I couldn't really tell what kind of speed they carried.
I think I'll get a better shot of it here. Yeah, 7 came down a little bit. I don't think he realized they were 3 wide. He hit the wall pretty good on the right front. May have escaped with minimal. There's definitely damage. You can see the right front is bent when he ever gets turned around. He's definitely got some sort of damage. You can see it right there. Same thing Beckett Brown had earlier, among others. But I don't know if the wheel's bent. The wheel looks straight.
Oh, yeah, there it is right there.
The wheel looks straight compared to everyone else. I think he's okay from a suspension point of view. Body work. Body shop's going to have to get some overtime in here, but I think that's probably 30 seconds of damage. He'll be all right. Just hate to lose a track position at this point in the race. And you really hate that you took out Coulter Clark in that situation too, because that, again, that was another kind of racing incident that was also avoidable. Just came down a little bit. Ended up, there was no room for the 3 wide, which you went on the very bottom. And around they go. Everyone takes 4 tires. No question about it. Crowder leads the race off pit road. Paz, Bollinger, Lewis, Crelly, and Baum are your top 6. Take a quick step aside and be back after a word from our sponsors. See you in just a few.
Real quick, you both stop real quick, double check the steering wheel.
Donnie Kite's gonna get through it all and score his first career win in the Saturday Night Racing League Cup Series. What a finish!
It's too little, too late from behind, and Sebastian Marin, your first repeat top split winner of the qualifying series.
We knew it was just a matter of time. Hunter Sr. is victorious.
Josh Adams taking the win at Iowa.
GC Spider Motorsports takes home the 1-2-3 finish.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Charlotte 600 for the Mystic Racing League Slim Chickens Cup Series. Just past halfway. Just past halfway in the 3rd stage as well. It's been the Ashton Crowder show so far. Paz and Bollinger, they showed up to play. Dustin Lewis not too far back either. We got a whole lot of cars. 2 by 2 throughout the rest of the field.
And Wilson in the 93. A little further back there. Silently.
Oh, Stellar hard off the
it's
wall.
a big old strike there. Stellar looked like the number 5.
I don't know if that hurt him.
Able to get that back
04
going.
clipped it too. Pretty good into the corner. Few drivers who are starting to flex some muscle and have some really good days. Caleb Hunt in the 19 got his best finish of the season in any Mystic Racing League event on, I believe it was Wednesday. I think maybe Wednesday or Thursday. I think it was Thursday. Great run for the 19. Aaron Baum has made his way up to the top 10 of this field. Joshua Gillen's hung around all day. Dustin Lewis has been very fast. Clayton Goods up here. A lot of drivers really having some terrific days.
I think Lewis in particular in that number 8, you're seeing him on your screen, is really one of the ones that I've seen that's made some really bold moves, right? He's gone 3 wide, and let's see, we see in the wars here, just outside the top 10.
These guys back here, they're making bold moves. We are 3 wide, slicing, dicing. Looks like they just came out of a slap chop back here.
I heard that one.
McCrelly is so impressive to me. I mean, if you would have given me 10 guesses at who would be running 5th right now, McCrelly would not have crossed my mind at all. I mean, I'd never seen the guy before today, and here he is passing for 4th on a series regular.
Curious what the 44 thinks of the 75 potentially getting to the outside.
Big hit to the wall for the 10. And also, I didn't mention, Paz is now leading the race. Bollinger fading back to 2nd. I really think that Paz or Bollinger, whichever one gets out front, I think those cars are so equal, those drivers are so equal on speed today, that it's really just whoever can get the track position on the restart will end up running better on that run. As the wall starting to become a little more flirtatious, especially off of 4.
We were kidding around earlier on about how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? How many wall strikes does it take to knock a toe link loose? And oh my goodness, the 93.
One of your points leaders. That right front, none of those tires look healthy. That thing is pointed all sorts of out of shape. Isaac Wilson. What happened here? Yeah, that car is in heavy pain.
That left front turning to the right like 30 degrees or so.
Oh, he clipped the apron on his own, and then, oh my goodness. Bunch of cars in it. Marino, the other competitor
Baker
involved.
as well.
Yeah, Baker. Oh my goodness. Let's go back one more time here and see. Contact with Wallace on the front stretch. Incidental, no big deal. Nothing to write home about at all. But we're going to see. He's in the center. Tries to go down in front of Hawthorne. Kind of clips the apron there. Wobbles and then snaps. Marino, 22, 45 in it. Yeah, Marino caught a heavy lick there. I don't think that car is okay. Let's see. One more time from Marino's point of view.
Having to drive through multiple windshields as well.
Yes.
These cars are right up ahead of you, and you're kind of trusting that they're going the right way, and you have to kind of drive through multiple cars.
Now there's the wobble, and there's nothing he can do about this. It is in his lap. And that hit right there is probably the one that did it in. Ullman avoids. I don't think he hit the inside wall. Not with the front of the car anyway. Yeah, he's got left rear damage, left front damage, right front damage. Only corner that's okay is the right rear. Tires look fine, but bodywork. Say it is. That was not. I mean, it's not typical the way that car is shaped right now, but an untypical design scheme looking good as always. We did get a mention in chat and just how beautiful the 8 and the 88 are looking. Black Diamond Enterprises on the side of those cars, running currently 4th and 10th. Cochran finally cracks into the top 10 after what has been, I would say, a dismal day for the 88. Driver we typically see up here running well, winning races, has just not been good today.
Yeah, I was looking for all of the drivers that made up significant spots. Cochran up 22, and as you said that, I just recognized he is in the top 10 despite some excitement that we've talked about earlier on.
It's been exciting.
And it really does seem like some of these drivers, again, as you said, the cream rises to the top.
And you mentioned big movers.
It really does feel like they found each other, which is kind of the way of this style of racing.
And you mentioned big movers, and we have some very big movers. David Wallace, how about plus 26 positions in this one? A couple drivers up the quarter century mark. Stellard's up 25. So is Baum. I see plus 23 on Zach White up to 16th. Plus 22 for Bollinger up to 2nd. Also Cochran up 22 spots to 10th. What does that tell me? And then Gillen, let's not forget about him. He is plus 18. And your leader Paz up 14. What does that tell me? So if there's gainers, there must also be losers. Beckett-Brown down 25 out of the race. Barnes down 27 out of the race. Wingfield 29 out of the race. Austin Taylor 23 and out of the race. Jordan Blair 21 and out of the race. As well as Hinson down 12 and out of the race. Davidson's down 15, last car on the lead lap. It's been a topsy-turvy race. Really, where you started has no bearing on where you're running. The only car that's really been able to stay up at the front, who started up at the front, I would say, is Ashton Crowder.
Yeah, it really does show you kind of the, again, not necessarily the complexion of the race, but the way that you go about attacking the restarts. And again, as we spoke about earlier, we keep saying it over and over, the threshold of how much you give before you're able to naturally take on better tires. As we're going to see a little bit of taking once again.
Into the start zone, Paz and Bollinger. And away we go, topside, terrific launch. Lewis has the edge on his teammate Bollinger. But the 53 is able to power by. The bottom side has momentum now. Top three single file. Now Crowder to the door of Lewis. As behind them, good, a little bit out of shape. And Luke Barnes, this guy just is a yo-yo. Front of the field, back of the field, front of the field, back of the field. He's up to the front again in 7th. I find nothing more exciting than just seeing this field fly by the camera, all in one group. Everyone giving it as much as they can as we close in the end of stage number 3, almost 3/4 of the way through this one. For those of you wondering, we have just crossed over the 3-hour mark in this one.
One of the most eyebrow-raising stats that I've heard so far. Feels like it's been about an hour and some change.
It does. It
for
doesn't
me.
feel like it's been that long, but that's just kind of how this race is. Like, you feel like this actually isn't that bad, and then you look, but the final 100 laps are just grueling. It's like a switch flips when you get to that 3rd stage, and you go, oh my goodness, we still got 100 to go here. Especially if your day isn't going well. If you're mired back here in the mid-teens, the 20s, your laps down, things suck. Yeah, you're not having a good time. But you're up here at the front. You're, you know, bomb. You're top 5 right now. You're laughing. You're thinking, oh, 100 laps? Child's play. Let's get it.
I had to hear that from Baum calling it child's play as he's got Barnes all over the inside. Another wall strike there.
It's elementary.
From good McCrelly on the way as well.
And I mean, if you're able to just survive to this point, I mean, top 20 is anyone on the lead lap right now. With Stellart's fading just a bit here. We got a real nice 3-wide maneuver just behind these guys as River Hayes down to the bottom. If you can just survive this race, you're going to end up with a good finish. The drivers who pushed too hard had problems. They're the ones who are out of the race already. So cautions on except for stages should be less and less likely, just based on us only having about 25 cars left in the race.
Yeah, I think that would be the trend here. Now the 75 down underneath Leonard in the 43/55.
Can he clear up? No. 43, now, yeah, 55, as you mentioned, was really, really fast when it was daytime. As soon as we got to the nighttime, he's kind of faded. Still in the top 10, but not nearly the speed he had previously. I wonder if he's going for a different strategy, maybe in terms of when he pushes in the stage, if instead of pushing very early, it's later. Maybe these final 25 laps will prove for him to be a positive experience. As Hayes has the freshest tires in the top 10, 9 laps old. They're 10 laps newer than everybody else's. Lewis makes a charge on Crowder. Is right up to the back bumper in the center. Arrow tight as Crowder moves the air around in front of him. Now they're working around Isaac Wilson, who was, I believe, our last caution. Paz and Bollinger haven't given up the fight either.
Speaking of cautions, by the way, obviously what we'll have is we have another wall strike there from Lewis in the 8, trying to chase Crowder down, and Bollinger going to the high side. We seem to keep having cautions right in the smack dab middle of the pit window.
Right.
We got one around, I think it was 150, a couple early on as well, so that was kind of chopped up. The first stage was quite spicy, if that word is.
It was spicy. That's a great word.
Spicy there. And we got one at 250 as well. So, not that I'm hoping for one at 350. Speaking of hoping here, 53 down the inside for the lead.
Able to make it stick for now. Paz, Bollinger, side by side, start finish line. Give it to Paz this time by. But you're right. It's really taken the strategy part of it out. I think green flag stopped part of them once. We haven't really finished the cycle. Haven't needed to. Haven't had enough green flag running to do so. And we're well within the window to make the end on fuel. That's not a problem. Tires might be another story. If you wanted, you could probably pit here for rubber. Because a lot of drivers have not even used just used half their sets. The 10 that we were allotted. The one on the car to start, so 11 total. 20 laps to go in the stage. 3-way battle for the lead. Could you really ask for much more? I don't think so.
No, this is going to be a nail biter. And again, as you said, the 44 or the rest of the field for the win. What would you choose? Again, I think that the rest of the field is 60%, 70% the rest of the field, and 30, 40% Crowder. And even that's kind of iffy here. Is around the outside. There's the 44. We'll try to tuck in behind the 53 to help him in the draft.
I'm curious. Anyone watching the stream right now, let's run a little poll. All right, it's not going to be an actual poll. It's just going to be a anecdotal poll, so to speak, I suppose. If you had to pick the 44 of Ashton Crowder or anybody else in the field, which are you choosing? Respond with 44 or with Field? I want to see what the crowd thinks. All 30 of you watching. As Crowder.
Perfect time to ask it as well. He's trying to have a look, trying to cross him up.
Giving up a lot of time into the corner there. Bollinger pushing hard. Oh, Paz into the wall pretty good. Got Lewis to the inside, and here comes Aaron Baum out of nowhere. The 2-car showing up when it matters the most.
Leonard, Hawthorne, and McCrelly also falling back significantly. They are all making up 9th, 10th, and I believe 11th. A little further back, which I believe may breach their thresholds, but it's not really up to them at this point. They're just doing what they can with what they have. And this battle, this is a dogfight. My goodness me. Now, Morgan, if you're at this stage, either Bollinger or Crowder, as Crowder has an enormous overspeed and completely clears the 53, who may try to go underneath. Nice and slow. Almost down to the apron.
Not going to get there. You're saying?
Tucks back in behind. Would you be fighting in this manner if you're Crowder?
I don't think this is a fight, really. But, I mean, you still have to try and take the lead. I mean, we all know he's got the best car here so far, but if you, I mean, it's basically one-on-one. Just don't wreck the car. That's the only rule right now. Do everything but wreck the car. Don't wreck anyone else either, I suppose. But if you can get a run on them and make a pass, go ahead and do it. Drive away. That's the best thing you can do. Now, if there's a caution, you get to control the restart. Everything's great from that perspective. I would do whatever it takes to get the lead while keeping the car safe, because that's the most important thing. Paz fading slightly as Bob, first time in the top 3 today, has figured out the long run in that 2 car.
Gaining too much on the leaders. So Crowder is attempting, well, actually I was going to say attempting. Crowder is currently checking out from Bollinger. Bomb getting dropped. So Bollinger's kind of in no man's land. About 7/10 to Crowder, 7/10 to Bomb in back. They all seem to be pulling away from each other. So the top 3 kind of stretching here. Paz is about to make that almost 7/10 back of Bomb. So now the top 4 kind of spread.
Hayes on those freshman
Hayes now
tires,
harassing the 99.
trying to get around Paz. Been watching a lot of baseball shorts on YouTube Shorts. And there's one phrase I keep hearing when people hit home runs, and it's, that one's carrying luggage. And I think that Ashton Crowder is carrying luggage as he checks out from the field here. This 44 is rolling.
If he has any luggage, it must be evenly distributed across
all 4 tires.
The front and rear axles.
All 4 corners are just perfectly weighted on that car. Not one
handbag in every corner.
Not one sock too many in any position. Oh man, that car is so fast. A little further back. Again, just a really surprising day for Jacob Cochran. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you that this is not his favorite car. The next gen, not the scheme. He loves the scheme, of course. Black Diamond Enterprises. But I think he also would tell you that he expects to run better than 13th at this racetrack in this place. Hawthorne has had a up and down night. Running 11th right now as the light's starting to get the brightest. Doing all right, just needs to kind of find a little bit more. Not sure if there's damage hindering him or not. Of course, he hit the wall with that one of those last accidents. Good has just had a really nice, solid day. In 10th, not doing anything to really stand out in a negative way, just slowly but surely working his way forward. I've already said great things about Crelly, fast all day and continues to be here. Leonard working his way forward. I mean, we just have a lot of great storylines throughout this race. A 600 miler will do that for you, I suppose, but we're just seeing, 3 wide. Oh my goodness. Working around, I think is that Chris Romano? Yes, it is. Chris Romano in the 92 will go 2 laps down in 21st spot. Zach Davidson, last car on the lead lap with damage to the right front. There's just so much happening, James, and it's hard to keep track of everything.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, actually, I would argue at the sharp end, it's almost easier to keep track of things because all the drivers have kind of settled into their rhythms. And it seems like the complexion of the race is kind of set there. So we have another wall strike, and now down the inside goes Lewis.
If some of these people were in the PBA, they'd be superstars with all the strikes we've seen tonight.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I was trying to think of a Bollinger pun, and I couldn't come up with anything soon enough, so I'll just let that one go. But here we are with McCrelly on Leonard. And McCrelly with fresher tires. Again, McCrelly really drove it in deep when it came to this stint and has seemed to back off, most likely on purpose. It might have been the design, and seems to be trying to come back towards the front. I don't know. I don't think they're going to have any say in who wins this this upcoming end of the stint, but I think that, again, I think it's by design. I think that he has backed off, kind of waiting. He's got better tires, and he'll see what he can kind of do. He's a bit offset at the moment from, how many is it? He's looking at the front 8. So he's got a good tire advantage. But again, as we've said, right, the tire isn't just a number. It's not, well, he has, 6 lap, 7 lap old tires. If I destroy them, I might as well have 60 lap old tires.
Yeah, and there's a cap to the tire where it's a really quite a complicated kind of thing to think about, but until we'll get there eventually in this one. I'm sure we'll talk about the final stage, but this now I don't think is the time. 6 laps left in the stage, about to be 5 laps left in the stage. Caleb Hunt just worked around 7 Hawthorne. Hawthorne slipping back here. These tires not having a good time. Cars got damaged. Just Hawthorne really starting to struggle here the rest of the way. And Hunt, I'm really impressed. He's done a nice, solid job. Hasn't been really involved in much of anything. He got a shot in the nose or in the rear in one of those accidents on the front stretch. I don't remember which. Caught up in something, but continues on. No damage to speak of on the car. And having his best run of the season in the Cup Series. So is Aaron Baum. This 2 car, I think back, I believe it was Chicagoland, was a force to be reckoned with. Didn't get the result he wanted there. But we're looking at best of the rest territory for Aaron Baum at the moment, chasing down Bollinger. And with just 3 laps left in stage number 1, can he get the 2nd spot? Or will it be Bollinger who takes those 9 points? Both these drivers about 3.8 seconds back of Ashton Crowder, who has again checked out. He's carrying luggage. He's in traffic, I think. He's lost a lot of time there through 3 and 4, but now gains it all back on the exit. Two to go in stage number 3. On board with Bob. Little kiss of the wall.
Shifting down as well, dropping to 4th gear on the entrance.
I think you have to. I think I've seen every fast driver do that tonight. White flag of stage number 3. Ashton Crowder with a seismic lead here. The front of the field. Baum going to make the effort on Bollinger. I don't think he's going to get there. He's got one more shot down in 3. Bollinger protects low. Now fades high. Baum going to go way up top here. I don't think he's going to get the run through the center. Give the stage win to Crowder. And at the line, Baum got to the outside, but not quite enough. Bollinger going to get the 2nd spot. All the way back to Clayton Good. Will be your top 10 at the end of stage number 3. Crowder, Bollinger, Baum, Hayes, Lewis, Paz, Leonard, McCrelly, Barnes, and Good. Great stuff. Great stuff. What a fun stage that was.
It really had a little bit of everything.
It did.
And really I think, again, we're seeing a combination of, it's almost like take a step forward if your car is relatively undamaged.
Yeah.
Take a step forward if you've got some decent pace and some patience. Take a step forward. And then just continuing that, it seems like we have all the drivers that have ticked as many boxes as possible. Maybe not fully on the pace of Crowder, who is still playing this race quite well. But again, all these drivers making good moves, able to stay out of trouble. McCrelly coming in late. See their 23 lead changes. We've had plenty to look at, and we are not done by any stretch.
No, still just under 100 laps to go. 12 cautions as well. Now remember, 3 of those being for stages, so 9 natural. It really doesn't feel like it's been that herky-jerky either. It's been a pretty smooth race. Well, definitely one of the smoother ones of the season that we've seen. Really, there's a couple spots where we had back-to-back yellows that broke up the flow a little bit, but for the most part, it's been nice and smooth for the field. We're chatting with Aaron Baum when we get finished with pit stops here, running P3 right now. See how the pit stops shake out. Top three dive into their stall, waiting on Crowder to get to that first pit stall where he won the pole. And so helpful. We've seen him win the race off pit road a number of times just by being able to squeak past that line with those green cones, the pit outline. Let's see if anyone can beat him to that yellow line this time. Davidson hits the pit stall. Nope, no contest. I mean, Baum got close. He's going to have to give it up. Move Baum up to second. Let's chat with their second place driver. Aaron Baum, it's Morgan and James up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir, I do. How are you guys?
Doing very well. This 2-car has turned it on in the last 100 laps. What changed, and what's going to continue to change for you to go up and fight for the win with the 44?
Man, so we had a pretty rough qualifying. So we started like 30-something, had damage, had to go to the bathroom. So I feel like I've started back in P30-something like 5 times. I feel like I've passed 100 cars, but I feel like I got a good handle on this machine. And it's good to be up here with the class of the field Ashton to see where I'm going to be lacking compared to him. It's my first time getting a look at his line, so we'll see how she goes.
All right, anything that you can think of as we hit the choose that you want to say to the fine people that are watching here on VSPEED?
I just want to say thank you guys for watching. It's my birthday. It would be great to have a win on my birthday. I want to shout out New California, but shout out to all the VSPEED guys and you, Morgan.
All right, thank you for your time. Appreciate the input and the insights, Aaron, and good luck the rest of the way here.
Thank you, sir.
Aaron Baum of DAM Motorsports, currently running P2. Again, he says it's his first time looking at the 44. Can he figure out what no driver has today and beat the 44 on the long run? Bollinger's had a shot at it. Hayes has had a shot at it. So has Paz. So has Leonard. But every driver who's taken a shot has missed to get around the 44 later in the run. What do you think it's going to take, James? Do you see a weakness of the 44 right now?
Well, as the two said there, he's passed about 100 cars. He's got to pass 101 now at the moment.
He's going to try.
And I think it's going to take something else that the 44 is not ready for. I don't see weakness yet. I think that the 2-car may find something that I can't see up here in the booth. It could be the line. It could be adopting a different strategy. But we've seen really good jumps or restarts here, and we might see another good one here from the 44.
And now that we're in the final stage, I think strategy's wide open. As a big jump by Crowder gets away easily. Battle for second now, but we're in that final stage, and that means we have no more scheduled breaks. So that last one is going to be the end of the race, which could be 400, could be more, could be less. We got drivers up in the wall. We got a big melee further back. I don't think anyone crashed, but drivers are just all over the racetrack. Look at this, 3 wide in spots. Everyone makes it through somehow. What I was saying is we don't have any more scheduled breaks, so we don't know if we're going to have another caution. We could get green flag stops, and that could be the thing that changes the race. You get green flag stops, and you pit at the wrong time. Maybe a caution comes out, traps you in a position. You pit too early, you pit too late, whatever the case is. That could be the difference in you winning and you finishing 20th tonight.
Sometimes it just is in the hands of the motorsport gods. And sometimes you can just reach out and take it. Bollinger now down low here.
3 wide, further back.
View here, Cochran having to check up. Hawthorne getting involved right in the middle of a 3 wide.
Stellard pushed up.
Baker right behind as well.
Yeah, these guys are scrapping. They know that they're running out of time to be able to make multiple moves. This could be the last restart that they get.
My goodness, 7 Hawthorne in the 15, trying to slot into a space that was the size of his car. Just trying to get in line.
Up front, not missing much. Baum still holding up Bollinger for second. Crowder out to a 9/10 of a second lead. This is the best fire off from the 44 all night. I think Bollinger is just about clear. No, Baum fights back. Hayes and Paz also in tow. It's quartet just behind your leader. Crelly hanging in the wings as well.
At this early stage here, any sense in trying to work together, any kind of bump drafting in order to try to get up to Crowder, or is it just every man for himself?
Bump drafting I don't think is really going to help you at all because you need the grip in the corners. You can't follow someone through the corners. The exit's where it's the worst because everyone converges back to that one spot. I mean, really, the only way you can get up there, you can't really. I don't think working with anyone's going to help you. That's the problem. It's not like Indianapolis where you can, slingshot around each other. You got what you got here. And I think drivers are starting to lose what they got, if that makes sense.
Baum making a bit of inroads into Crowder there. It's actually jumping back up to over half a second once again. Potentially some serious corners there. Potentially just trying to run away from Bollinger, if not closing up to Crowder.
Yeah, I think Baum, his goal right now is mind the gap to Crowder and just stay ahead of Bollinger. I think that's all he can really ask for right now. And we've mentioned, again, at length, how good the 44 has been today. What I don't want to lose sight of is how we talk about top 10 speed cars. I think David Walsh has had an issue off of turn number 4. We talk about top 10 speed cars. I think we honestly have like 18 top 10 speed cars today. I know that sounds crazy. Like, how is that even possible? There have been so many cars oh, he got a lot of help here.
Oh my goodness.
Eric Jewett, and ended up straightening him out and saving him. And that was a moment and a half. Good job by both those guys. Not making that worse. I'm sure they'll talk about that post-race. But there have been a lot of guys who have just been good, but not great. We're looking at a pile of them right here. Right, Cochran, Hunt, Barnes, good, Gillen. Stellard has been great at times, but now is kind of relegated back to good. In front of these guys, Hawthorne has recently been good. The 22, the 8's been great tonight. 43's been good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of cars who they got top 10s. I wouldn't be surprised, just because of how really competitive this series has been tonight.
First comment you made, the fact that we had between 15 and 18 top 10 cars, I completely understand. It's now Baker down the inside there. Leonard can slot in the way. That it sounds like a perfect race. It makes me really excited. I mean, it's a fantastic way to describe the way that these guys, as the race progresses and as they've kind of found their rhythms, they've been able to stay out of trouble if they could. And again, very, very fast, but it's not just about the pace. It's about the way that you conserve your tires, when you pull the pin, just how aggressive you are relative to what you could gain or lose, which again, we've seen drivers who've gone for a move, they've overtaken, they've had an issue, gone into the wall, gotten loose on their own. We've seen a handful of guys get loose on their own, and it's cost them so much more than that 10th off of the exit of the corner. And now we are single file down the back straight.
Then there's this group.
And Crowder's not getting away.
No, this is, I mean, again, we've seen the 44 just kind of relax. We're still well within the window of when he's usually not the leader. Remember, he doesn't usually pull away until between 25 and 35 laps on the run. Currently sitting at 15, but Baum is doing a masterful job of just being there. Maybe making Crowder think about it a little bit. But I am so impressed with this 2 car. I mean, you mentioned he's probably passed 100 cars tonight. He had to go back to the 30s multiple times and still finds himself up in the final stage, running in second, and has the pace. He's about a 10th and a half off of the leader right now, but still one of the top 3 or 4 fastest cars on the racetrack. I mean, he's just doing what he has to do right now.
We've seen Bollinger as well being in the same position that Baum is. And Bollinger not able to close up in the way that he would probably like here, as we're on board
Adam
Baker on the outside of Lewis.
Cars are also dirty too. The rubber buildup. Remember, these were all shiny, non-speckled machines when we started. They've all been pelted with rubber for hundreds and hundreds of miles. Nice touch to make it feel like we've really gone a long way on this one.
Absolutely.
And look at the side
you
of
said
it
about
too.
that there. Oh, here we go, Bollinger. Menacing in the rear view mirror of Baum here, so Baum's got something to think about.
And again, strategy in the final stage. Do you dare short pit? Do you dare pit before 350 in hopes of trying to run this thing out long to the end? Or do you expect the pattern you mentioned earlier, a caution halfway through every stage will happen another time? What do you think, James?
I think the way to go would just be, again, we spoke about it earlier, it seems kind of like the easy way, but it seems to have worked for most of these guys who have had the pace and just gone with the crowd. Just going with the rest of the grid. Whenever a majority of the drivers come in, you just come in with them almost to kind of cover them off, try to stay where you are. Unless you're in an enormous pack and you think you can get into free air. You have such a long green flag run. Maybe coming out in a different set of traffic, which would not help at all. So you're boxed in. Maybe a good idea to try to come in, get some clean air, run the kind of race that you want.
Ooh, that was a very,
there we go.
Very tight clear for Bollinger. He got the job done. I think Baum had to lift a little bit, but that almost took out the next 2 best cars tonight. I want to expand on what you were saying about that, like when you pit. I think if you're one of these top 3, even I would go back as far as Hayes, McCrelly. It's difficult because points come into play too, right? Bollinger and Baum are going for a championship. More so, Bollinger than Baum has missed some races, but they're going for a championship nonetheless. A top 3 finish would do wonders for your points. Crowder doesn't really care about the championship unless he's running the rest of the races, but he wants to win. He's been the best car all day, so don't do anything different. Hayes also wants the points, but hasn't really had the speed to contend. McCrelly, this is his first race. I don't think he cares about points, just here for the win. Paz will run the rest of the races, but I think wants to start off with a bang. Leonard's in the same boat, only run one other race. Baker's in the same boat. And then Lewis is here for points. I think if you're just here for the win, you can try something different, and you could maybe short pit or maybe go really long and hope you catch a caution, hope that you are able to cycle through to the lead, whatever the case is. I think that is a good move for you because you don't care if you finish 4th or if you finish 14th. And those are really your only options in this case. Because if it's a win or bust. If you're a guy who's looking for points like Baum, like Bollinger, the difference between 4th and 14th could be you missing the playoffs, or sorry, the chase or not. So that's kind of where I think it comes into play, where you got to consider your point situation and all that. But if you're a driver, oh, we have issues back here. Might not need to wait for the caution. The 22 just went into free fall mode.
Huge chop there from the 15 as well.
Yeah, those are my thoughts on when you pit in this final stage, depending on what you have to lose, basically.
I think also being mindful as you're trying to run your own race of who you are racing.
That's right.
You guys have been, in the most ridiculous sense of the word, hanging out together for hour after hour, lap after lap. And they've been going, toe to toe, wheel to wheel, and they've gotten to know each other pretty well. I'd say at least half the grid has the back of every car memorized, and with that, they'll kind of know, somebody, as you said, win or bust will be the mindset for some, and for others, like you said, Bollinger, Baum, a little less so, are going to be looking for. They can't really afford to bust with the amount of points that they're currently holding right now. They've got gold in their pockets.
That's right.
And they don't want to run too fast. It'll fall out.
Yeah, you mentioned the different groups hanging out with. It almost feels kind of cliquey. Remember, like high school, we had the cliques and all that, like different groups of people. Like, I feel like you have, obviously, the popular kid, right? Crowder, talked about him all day, just absolutely dominated the day. You've got best of the rest here in Bollinger and Baum. These guys have been excellent. You could throw Paz in that group as well. You got, the underdog here in McCrelly, who is, I say underdog, he's 6,000 rated. He's not up, by no means is he outperforming equipment at all. Just we haven't ever seen him in here. River Hayes, the consistent guy, seen him all night, all season, be fast, et cetera, et cetera. Then you got groups of drivers who've always been together, right? It seems like Leonard and Lewis have been hanging out together all night. Cochran trying to join that party. Caleb Hunt having a great performance. Baker and Luke Barnes have been together a lot of the night. So have Hawthorne and Stellard. Gillen in that group as well, et cetera, et cetera. It's been a really kind of funny night in that way. But let's do a little bit of housekeeping while we have a moment. So we've talked about most of the top 15 actually through that run. Clayton Good in 16th spot. John Ullman is hanging out in 17th. Zach White is 18th position. Davidson is 20th. Those are the cars in the lead lap. Chris Romano is 1 down. Derek Jewett is down 11. He's 22nd. Everyone else behind him out of the race. Lauren Vincent, Isaac Wilson, Anthony Marino Jr., Coulter Clark, Reggie Kime, Cameron Romano, Beckett Brown, Christian Barnes, Rayshon Winkfield, Corey Kobe, Wes Lang, Austin Taylor, McCoy Benke, Trevor Lapierre, James Sturdivant, Jared Knopfschneider, Jordan Blair, and Gavin Hinson. So we've missed, we're missing 17 cars that started this race, have faded into the ether. A lot of free track out there now, James.
Yeah, definitely. And again, from that group, right, we've had incidents, we've had, potentially, missing a spotter call and, accidentally causing something. We also have guys that have just, or drivers that have run really, really good races, fantastic moves, fantastic awareness, and it's the race has just kind of taken them, right? We saw Beckett Brown earlier on getting into some incidents way early on and went from, basically leading the race and being one of those kind of front runners. And, of course, is now not in the conversation anymore. Gavin Hinson, another driver that runs very, very strongly and just isn't here at the end. Again, almost half the field, as you said. It is quite wild how there's so many decisions up at the front, right? We talk about the first 10, 15 laps were wild. This year we have the 8 going slowly. We'll get another look at what's going on here all by themselves.
Not sure what happened to David Wallace here.
Right?
Oh, he popped the wall down below the line. I think he probably popped the wall again in the center. Yeah, just they say that out in out is the fast way around racetracks. That's not quite how you do it.
It looked like a diamond to me.
He sure diamonded it. Yeah, you're right.
That's right. Tough break there.
Lewis fighting on Leonard. Lewis has faded a little bit. Remember, was a constant top 4 car earlier. As other drivers have moved away through the field, he's been relegated back to back part of the top 10. Working on Leonard for 8th. Trying to chase down his teammate Cochran for 7th. And Baum is hanging tough with Bollinger. I am really impressed with these two. Yes, they're 4.5 seconds back of the ex-Coke driver, Ashton Crowder. But they're still in the conversation. We are now really scrapping back here for 8th. Oh, contact. And not letting go just yet. These two not having fun with each other. Leonard will get the spot away as pit window is officially open to the end.
You said that there were benefits to potentially trying something different, trying something unique, and of course upping the risk factor, which is kind of what some of these guys need, right? You know, you're looking at Baker and maybe not Lewis. He's currently occupado at the moment.
Yeah, he is.
And but some of these guys are kind of out in free air, and they're thinking, all right, I want to take this whole thing home. I want to win this thing outright. No questions asked.
Oh,
what do
not
I need
clear.
to do?
Oh, don't do that. Holy cow.
8 going up high into the 43.
Yeah, Lewis just about ruined both their days.
But yeah, I think I'm just trying to look through the order and trying to eyeball which driver it makes sense for the most to, as they're still fighting side by side.
I think Lewis is going to get him
close as
here.
I've seen down at the bottom.
Lewis got him here. 88's on the charge, going to work around Paz, potentially. Trying to anyway. As Paz has really also started to fade. Remember, this guy was one of, if not the best car besides the 44 for about lap 200 to 320. Since then has really started to fade back to 7th for the 99.
Definitely led for a long time as well.
Did. Yeah, led 48
and was actually kind of in that. Yeah, that's more than I was thinking, actually.
Yeah. He was definitely in that best of the rest clique and has slowly lost touch with them as they've grown apart. He went to home ec, they went to biology, and it all just kind of fell apart.
He can make a meringue, but he doesn't know how cells reproduce.
That's
a shame.
Exactly the way. Bollinger, Baum, still a quarter second separating the two of them. They're 6 seconds back of Crowder and about 2 seconds ahead of McCrelly. Now, my question is, which is going to be the first driver in the top 10, even really call it the top 14, to make the move to pit road? It's going to be Clayton Good in 17th. Almost crashed coming to pit road, but regardless, going to bring it down the pit lane. Safely in the stall. Does that bring anybody else onto pit road? Doesn't look like it yet.
See, Paz, the 99, has a second ahead and 1.5, or basically 1 second behind him. So he's kind of in a no man's land section, which should help him.
This 88 has really turned it up this run. He's matching the leader's times right now.
Yeah, Cochran has been on the move here. But I did not know it was a second.
Yeah, he's a little slower than Crowder. Crowder running 30-38. Bollinger, Baum, and Cochran all in the 45s or 46s, so still about a 10th off the pace for all of those drivers. Still, this battle for second won't go away. Right now, pit road other than Wallace, who's been there for the last 5 minutes, and Jordan Blair, who has been there for a long time. And actually, we have something interesting. Gavin Hinson is back on the racetrack after, I think, what might be the longest pit stop for damage repair in the history of iRacing. 171 minutes and 20 seconds. He spent in the pit box to get this 39 tip-top shape, and we're back racing. Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable.
Attaboy.
Yeah, massive attaboy.
Get out there, rip it around the track. He's down low. Is that the 45 in front of him?
It is the 45 in front of him. Now, Gavin, this is a strategic move. He can gain 4 positions. All he has to do is run about 5 more laps. 6 positions he can gain. All he's got to do is run 5 more laps. And he would unlap himself from Knopfschneider, Sturdivant, Lapierre, Benke. I think that's it, just those 4. But what a great idea for Hinson. Go ahead.
Definitely. I was just going to say, I've heard of start and park, but I've never heard of park and then start. I'm and again, obviously, as we have contact here.
This is for 4th. Now, obviously being a bit facetious with the park and start thing, he had a dismal start to this race, Gavin Hinson did. Spun twice in the first 60 laps. The last one obviously put him behind the wall for an extended amount of time. He is 274 laps down with what looks like a perfect race car.
And yeah, again, really, really tough luck. What we are cheering on is the
determination.
The attaboys are, the determination and just getting out there and just turning in some laps. Obviously, everybody here loves racing, and when the day is not going the way you want, it is so easy just to, kick your feet up and just rue what could have been.
Right.
And Hinson getting out there, getting in the seat, getting the wheel going, and getting back out there. It's just really nice to see, especially with a spotless car.
Right.
Most likely the best looking car in the race in terms of condition.
I would also argue that this is a points move. Remember, full length points here essentially with the chase at the end of the year. But Hinson has been in the thick of the points battle basically all season. These 4 points could prove very important when we get down to the end of the year. We might look back and say Hinson only made, he's going to make it by more than 4, but just for seeding purposes, he may gain 5 or 6 by gaining these 4 right here. Like this could be a really big move for the future. And I applaud him for getting back out on the racetrack and just driving around and making passes and passing drivers. He's now on the same lap as Knopfschneider, Sturdivant, as Bollinger, I think, just hit pit road here. Yes, Bollinger's on pit lane. That's the first of the drivers in the front to pit here. We're going to watch Hinson collect three or 4 spots here. Hinson will get 38th away from Knopfschneider. In another lap, he will get Sturdivant for 37th. Not missing anything anywhere else in the field. Everyone at least 2 tenths apart right now. And we will gain another spot here. 38th up to 37th for Sturdivant. Another lap to get Lapierre in 36th. And then he still has enough time to get up to McCoy Benke in 35th. I believe Austin Taylor will be a little too far away for Hinson, but it'll be close. As those drivers...
Fascinating style of racing there. You are around the track almost chasing ghost cars, if you will, from past video games. Trying to chase down what's possible.
Yeah, 35th. Now he's got 33 laps to go get Taylor. Another 11 for Wes Lang. I don't know if he's going to get that far. Fact of the matter is, he'd already gained 4 spots just by coming back out on the racetrack. Drivers on pit road. McCrelly now. Black flag. He sped on the pit lane. Take the good run. Ball it up and throw it over your shoulder. Christian McCrelly, black flag. That is going to end the chances of him winning this race. 7 Hawthorne. Sped on exit. Same thing for him. Unreal. You run a flawless or close to flawless 360 laps almost just to speed on pit road. And from there, it all goes sour. Luke Barnes, Adam Baker on the pit lane. When do we see Baum? When do we see Crowder? Remember, Bollinger came in first 3 laps ago. Here comes Crowder, minimizing the damage. And Cochran has caught Baum on pace here. This 88 is fascinating. What kind of speed does he have on the short run? We're only going to have 40 to go here. It's almost going to be flat out time, as we should still be able to go at least another 11 on fuel here if you want it, if you dare. Bollinger currently first car, 1 lap down. The leader is Baum. Middle of 1 and 2. About to be Cochran. 88. Very fast off of 2. Had to lift to avoid putting the 2 in the fence. Taking Goods on pit road. Didn't he? This is the second time he's pit. Something happened to Good. Good is done for the day. Out of the race.
Yeah, it was multiple laps ago that he came in. And we lose another one.
Yeah. Oh, no. Now the worst you're going to fall down to is 20th. Make that 19th, actually. Good will fall down to 20th here. Zach White into the fence. Baum, your leader. Paz on the pit lane. Just now entering pit lane. Battle for the lead intensifies under this green flag cycle. When these guys cycle out, I think they'll be 3rd and 4th, if not further down. And Cochran clear on the exit? No, but he gets right alongside. Right now, they have most of the field a lap down. Only 6 cars on the lead lap as Cochran goes and takes the lead. Baum's coming this time. Money stop for the 2 car.
He waited just long, and a bit of a
great job getting that thing low down.
There.
Yeah, he almost.
Trying to get these 3,400 pounds he's bringing into the pit lane. He's got to get it all stopped.
And he does. Cochran now your leader. Lead his first laps of the day. Dustin Lewis in 2nd. Bit of a Kodak moment for the C4 Delusional Racing team. Christian Leonard is 3rd. John Stellard hanging out in 4th. Zach Davidson in the 5th spot. Baum now exiting pit lane. Crowder just got by him. That's how big the gap is. As Crowder just unlapped himself. Baum will fall behind Bollinger. The gap is going to balloon. Bollinger is already 3.5, 4.5 seconds ahead of Baum and growing. 5 seconds, 6 seconds. The 2 now back on the racetrack. The tires will be 9 laps newer. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to get back up to where Bollinger was with only 35 to go.
I think if you're Bollinger, you're just going to try to manage that gap, right? You may lose ground to the driver behind. Of course, they have fresher tires as well, but not significantly fresher to the point where you would need to be worried at this stage. It's really going to be about how they kind of break these tires in and what they do with them initially.
Davidson on pit road here, giving up 7th. And I think for Cochran, right now, it is just a case of I haven't been good all day. Let's, I think he might be pitting here, actually. So let's just run this thing out to the end. No, we're going to pit right here. for the 88. Ran a lot of laps around Charlotte last week. Gonna unlap Bollinger. Lewis will come down as well. Zach White, bring this car down pit road. Give Christian Leonard the lead. Leonard may run this thing as far as he can. Stellard in that same boat. Try and catch a caution. Still only 7 on the lead lap. Baum, the first one down. He's going to get that lap back shortly.
Leonard finishing 7th in the Indy and right up to the back of him. Cleared in one corner. That's what new tires and the pace of the 2 car looks like.
Your Indy winner running 2nd on this sequence. And there goes Lewis. Back to 10th. Cochran to 5th. So the fall wasn't as bad as I expected for Cochran. Oh! 2 tires for Cochran. Still 4 seconds back of Bollinger on the undercut. And Crowder is, I believe, 10 seconds up the road from Bollinger. 7 seconds. Apologies.
13.
Stellar's on the road.
You're right.
Leonard's still on the racetrack. Here comes Leonard down pit road. Stellard out of the box, gone and away. What will Leonard do? Crowder's going to take the lead back as he works around Ullman. 31 laps remain in the Charlotte 600. The longest race of the season and the longest day the Mystic Racing League has ever had. Indy in the morning, and it was a great race. The Charlotte 600 has far from disappointed in that regard. Leonard, 2 tires off and away. Ashton Crowder has put together a phenomenal day as Baum tries to work around Hayes. Hayes pit early, Baum pit later. What happened to Colin Bollinger? Bollinger no longer in the top 10, 1 lap down, 14th. Just pit a lap ago. What happened to the 53? Oh my goodness.
It also looks like potentially he has taken 2 tires. He's only in the box for 11.5 seconds.
Wow, I wonder if maybe they didn't put tires on when he
didn't have something checked off.
Yeah, oh my goodness, that would be a heartbreaker. Chance to win, probably wasn't going to make up the deficit, but now we'll never know. Behind him, we're starting to have a battle here for 2nd. There's Cochran, there's Baum, and there's Hayes. Hayes, of course, fading. Baum's got 4 tires. Cochran's got 2. Both of them about 11 seconds back of Crowder, so that is not going to be a battle for the lead by any stretch.
It's going to be fascinating to see how those outside tires hang on for Cochran.
This is something that worked all throughout 600 week. You could throw 2 tires on it and be just as fast as everybody else. And this is going to be interesting to see what it looks like, as Hayes is still hanging tough with Baum. And now Cochran's starting to turn it up. Cochran fast car on the racetrack that time by a 10th. Remember, Crowder took tires 9 laps sooner than Cochran. Let's bring up the last pit lap. Not the last lap time. Come on now, last pit lap. Lewis and Cochran, last ones on pit road. Leonard in that group as well. A mix of 2 tires and 4 tires. This is intriguing, to say the least. Crowder and Cochran matching lap times that time by. Still no hope that anyone catches on speed Crowder in this run, but interesting to see what maybe could have been if these were the conditions the entire race. It's been a great Charlotte 600, James. I think you would agree. I mean, what a lot of fun we've had up here.
Oh, it really has had everything, and it really, again, I keep coming back to that fantastic phrase you used. This was Hinson there, just in behind Paz, running that dark black livery there in the mix at the moment. Kind of curious how his pace works. Obviously, he needs to kind of maneuver out of the way if he can to not affect anybody else, but it's been a really, really good race. You said that there were between 18 and 20 drivers that are kind of top 10 drivers, which is the kind of race you want to see, right?
Yeah.
You've got 5 guys who are quick, they'll be the top 5. A couple guys who are not as quick, they'll be, 6th through 10th. And then the rest will be 11th through 20th, and that's kind of how the race runs. But we've had so many guys, or so many drivers, that have really had ups and downs. They've battled through adversity. They've had incidents. They've come from the back. They've come from the back multiple times in the case of Baum. And it really has just been just a whole lot of fun from our perspective. And the storylines have been great. As you said earlier, extremely long day for some of these guys. Extremely long day for VSPEED as well. And it has been extremely exciting. It is not over yet.
No, it's not.
And we are seeing...
Oh, somebody just spun.
Here.
Someone just crashed. They're still trying to save it. It's McCrelly. I heard the tire squeal. And what a great job saving that car. That thing was out of control. I think a lot of drivers happy he didn't crash there.
No longer clear with the 43.
Yeah, I think he just didn't cut the 43 enough of a break. Now, I mean, you could have lifted, of course, but 43 kind of had that corner. Hinson got scared. You can see that. That was way too close for Hinson.
Ready for anything there. Yeah, the last thing that Hinson wants to see is their pit box.
Yeah. Looks like Hinson is going to get Taylor and possibly Lang.
Down the inside there. Almost into the side of the 04. Their Barnes is for 6th position.
And these guys are scrapping right now. I don't know if we're done with yellows at this rate. Could you imagine the Charlotte 600 in a fairly green final stage? Green flag stops as there's contact, the 43. If he's not getting a warning right now, base control might have taken the night off.
As well.
3 wide into turn number 3. He's going to do it another time. Seven in the outside wall. Is trying like heck to get around the 15. This would be the battle. Actually, 15's a lap down, isn't he? Yeah, Hawthorne is 17, 3 laps down. This does make me kind of question what the plan is here a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying that he can't race. That's not what I'm saying, but I don't know if you have to be Doran guys when they're on the lead lap. You're multiple laps down.
Yeah, not the best look there from the 15, but of course we or at least I'll speak for myself here, Morgan, fooled a little bit there. The 15's been running so strong all day. It's been an up and down, but running 6th, 7th is not out of the 15's wheelhouse, and actually I believe up near the 2nd row at one point.
Yeah, it definitely has been up front. Maybe even led a lap or two. Has 7 Hawthorne. Let's check. No laps led today, but I think has been very close to it. Yeah, surprising just the fall off at the end. Had a mistake somewhere. Oh, sped on pit road. That's what it was. Pit road speeding penalty on that last stop. And that was the difference. Relegates him back to a 3-lap down finish versus what was probably going to be a 1-lap down finish. Just the way the day was going. Leonard is driving the heck out of this car right now. The 43 is, up the racetrack, taking no prisoners. And we're going to crash.
Oh, and around.
Caution's going to have to come out here. There it is. Race control fast on the button. And this changes everything. This is the last thing Crowder wanted to see. And the rest of the field just got a sense of glee. Because we're all pitting for tires here. No question. 15 to go. And someone's going to walk out of this one a winner. Who is it going to be? Let's go back on the replay one more time. We know where it came from. It was very clear where it was going to come from. I imagine there will be words post-race about why this happened, because it was completely unnecessary. Bobbed up the racetrack, got into the door of them, and then just no lift from either driver. 43 ends up going for a ride on the front stretch. I want to see on board from the 99.
Lovely J-turn.
Yeah, pretty slick maneuver in there. Let's go on board here with the 99. So holding them tight. 43 bobbles off the bottom. And 99 lifted and did what he could do to, finish the corner without getting ran over. And just 43 continued to go up and up and up. And at some point, you got to save yourself versus the other car. That's what happened.
Do you think in that instance that because the 99 was trying to do a little bit of kind of like avoiding the moment, that if they had kind of stayed with it, they would have hit the wall most likely, but the 43 may not have gone around considering that their cars were much more side by side?
Well, I think
versus that kind of half overlap.
I think if the 99 continues on and pounds the wall, the amount of time that car loses when it hits the wall and then shoots back to the right would have still clipped the 43 and sent them around. I think the spin was unavoidable. It was just, do you scrape the right side or do you smash the right side of the 99? It was the difference, and he went with the scrape method. I think that's all it was. Now, this is fascinating because we have two cars that stay out, Cochran and Lewis. The C4 delusional teammates will stay on the racetrack. 20-lap old tires. Ashton Crowder has been the best car all day. 202 laps led for the 44. He's got fresh tires in the third spot. Hayes, fresh tires. Baum's got fresh tires. So does Baker, Hunt, Gillen. That's the top 8. Paz has damage, just got it fixed. Leonard's got damage, just got it fixed. Barnes has damage, just got it fixed. That's your top 11. Ullman in 12th, that's your top 12. He took a wave around. That car isn't going to be very good. 35-lap old tires. There's only 11 cars with a shot at this thing, and a bunch of them are damaged. This is going to be a wild end to this one. Remember, overtime possible. We got unlimited overtime attempts as well. Let's remember that, too.
This is just mental math city here.
How so?
Trying to figure out. And of course, Cochran took, if I'm not mistaken,
2 tires.
Cochran took 2.
That's right.
So he has 21 lap right sides.
Yeah.
And the left sides are not 21.
Yeah, I would imagine probably somewhere, got to be 80, 90 lap old left side tire, something like that.
I was thinking the 70. I think you're closer than I am.
Yeah,
he will control the restart.
Lefts don't really,
we've seen.
The lefts don't really matter here, but yeah, you're right. Inside lane controls the restart. Cochran, if he's got any hope of winning this race, needs one of 2 things to happen. Both things to happen, probably. He needs the 8 to clear the 44. He needs a caution immediately to burn off some of these laps. That's all the only thing he can have that'll help him. We'll see what happens here. Into the start zone. Good jump from the 88. He'll clear for the moment into turn 1. What does Ashton Crowder do? He's got it wound up on the top. This will be short work, I think. Cochran blocks high. As we get up to speed, nowhere to go. They're snaking around in the back. The question's going to be who can clear Cochran and Lewis first. Looks like Crowder. Hayes the next in line. Leonard, black flag. Pit road entry. Oh, that spooked the 44. He got spooked with the move from the 8. Cochran's in the fence. Crowder's got one pass to make. He's going to sail it off into 3. Sticks the bottom. Can he roll the center and get the exit? Yes, I think he got there. Yes, Cochran slides in behind him. Now the Dirty Air is going to torch the 88. Lewis struggling on the older tires. Bomb stuck to the outside. Oh, Cochran just knocked down the turn 2 wall.
There's 10 to go, and don't they know it? We're seeing what it looks like when they're right at the line. Everybody is extremely hungry for it. It really is a case of you're counting the corners here, not the laps. And, oh my goodness, this is just getting really, really tense here. Have a look here at Hayes. Having a look here at Cochran. Talk about climbing up. Not from nowhere, he's been hanging around the top 10.
Has been, for sure.
Hayes being here when it counts.
He's going to have to clear the 88 if he wants a shot at the win. I don't know if he does have a shot with how good the 44's been, but we got lap traffic in front of the leader. I just saw a car. There it is. I don't know who that is. Is that Ullman, maybe? On the very old tires? Crowley falling back. But Crowley's crashing the backstretch. Another caution. Oh, this is very interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is interesting. Now what? Do you take tires? I think if you're Cochran and if you're Lewis, you have to. You have nowhere to fall. There's only 12 on the lead lap. Going to be 13 with Bollinger. Oh, my goodness. Let's go find what happened to McCrelly, who's back in 16th. Working with Jewett. A little further back. This was off of 2 where the contact happened.
Slides down in front. Up and behind Bollinger.
Oh, just sailed it off in there. Got into the back of Bollinger. Yeah, he cleaned out the 53.
3 bites of the apple there. A couple of nudges and then a...
Yeah, that's...
I don't know if you call it a shove, but...
I would say that's a shove. A shunt, maybe. That was... I don't know what would have caused the 75 to want to make that move. I don't know. That's interesting. But yeah, regardless, that's your yellow. That is number 15? 14 of the day. Oh, I am really surprised that Cochran didn't hit pit road there.
Bomb, the 2 went in for... it had to be for tires.
Again, we're at the point of the race where... Yeah, there's only 12 on the lead lap, so the worst you're going to do is come out in the first 6 rows, right? So that tells me if you're not up in maybe the top 4 rows or you're on older tires like Cochran, you got to pit here. Yeah, Leonard, Baum, Lewis, Gillen, Ullman on pit road, among others, further back in the field, of course. But update on Gavin Hinson. He is 5 laps away from getting himself caught up to Wes Lang. That he's either going to be on the money or 1 lap short of getting 33rd.
Oh.
A green-white checker is exactly what the 39 needs to get up to 33rd spot. Regardless, he's already gained 6 points, which was the reason for coming back out. So mission accomplished for Gavin Hinson. Just a really upsetting way that this race went for him today.
Now, I will say, and to continue our facetiousness, we have an unlimited amount of green-white checkers or overtime.
We do.
Potentially, Gavin Henson, I'm just having a look here. I don't think he's got any shot to move forward any further. He needs 6 more laps or so, maybe 2 or so more times around to get Corey Kobe in 32nd.
I mean, mathematically, if we talk about using 15 green, white checkers, he could get as high as 30th. But for that, he would need 25 laps extra to be run.
Yeah, once it gets to that stage, we would know that he's trying to pay somebody under the table. We would know it would be.
Yeah, there'd be something underhanded
he has partners
happening.
working for him at that point.
It'd
definitely
be underhanded as heck. You'd have to imagine. All right, let's reset it. 9-lap old tires for Crowder, Hayes. 29-lap old tires for Cochran outside of row number 2. Baker, Hunt, Paz on those 9-lap old tires as well. Leonard's got 6-lap old tires, but a damaged race car. Baum, Lewis, Gillen, and Ullman. 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th on brand new rubber. First one of those is sitting inside of row 4. 5 laps to go. It's anybody's race still. I think drivers have a pit in their stomach. Something's about to happen. Who's going to finish the story? The double looking to have a twist of an ending. Into the start zone. Big checkup on the top. Davidson, black flag, should get cleared. Crowder out to a massive jump. We are 3 wide and bouncing off each other. There goes Caleb Hunt. 19 up against the wall. The good run gone sour. Final restart potentially. Fall back to 11th. Caution is out. Caution's out.
Caution's out.
I think it was Caleb. I think it was Caleb Hunt. No, it wasn't. Who spun? Zach Davidson? No. I don't know where the caution was. McCrelly? No. I don't really know what happened
Barnes
there. I don't see anyone on the racetrack who has spun around.
We had a car go hard into the wall on the, or not into the wall, but up onto the high side. There we go, right there, the 19.
Yeah, let's go back and we'll go swatch from Caleb Hunt. I don't think this was the yellow, but yeah, because he definitely got help from the 43 there.
Able to square up onto the wall.
It was for the 19. Yeah, just race control, and I understand the decision entirely. I've done this myself. Thought the 19 was coming back down the racetrack, and I think that is the right call to throw the yellow there. So Caleb Hunt will fall back to 11th. Caution comes back out.
Well, Morgan, I can't get any closer to my screen than I already am.
Yeah.
I hear you. Wipe it off after this.
I hear you. Well, hey, this is exactly what Gavin Henson needed. He will get 33rd. As we are now officially going to go to overtime. We're at green-white checker territory right now. This race will go to at least lap 401, which means we're going to cross over 600 miles. Remember, Crowder, Hayes, Cochran, Baker. They're on older rubber. Leonard has fresh-ish tires, 3 laps newer than everyone around. Remember, Cochran, 20 lap older than everybody else, much older tires for him. Let's go bring up the last pit lap. See 387 for Crowder, Hayes, Baker, Paz, 366 for Cochran. He's way out on this strategy. Everyone else within the last 10. Oh boy. I did not expect to see back-to-back yellows at the end of this race. And it's shaken up, I think, how we feel about it. Obviously, Crowder in control and has been for a lot of this day, but it's only going to take one slip-up, one bad launch, one well-timed launch from Hayes. It probably won't be Cochran considering the tires. from Adam Baker, from Christian Leonard to get up there and have a shot at it. We've seen Leonard sail it off into these corners. He's caused the last 2 yellows.
We've got Baum at the front of that quartet of drivers who have sub-10 lap old tires.
Now he's inside row 3. He's moving up rows.
Yeah, he's going to get even closer there. The other trick here, and I'm sure you could speak way more to this here, Morgan, the mental toll it takes to be the 44, right? Crowder's got the he's got the competition at arm's length.
Yep.
He's had really good restarts, and the reason he's restarted is because he's just had the pace. He's put the car where he wants. He's on decently fresh tires. He's not out of position when it comes to his tire strategy. He's not in this, for example, the position of Cochran. But the mental toll it must take to have to do restart after restart, and he's just thinking, just call it. Let's just call it right now, and I win, and we don't have to do this at the end here. And literally everybody else is thinking the complete opposite. They're saying just one more go, one more try, one more green white checkered. Let's just let me at him. So when it comes to the restarts, when does he go? Has anybody figured out his game plan?
He's moved it around. On these last restarts, it's been sometimes early, sometimes late, sometimes in the middle. What will the 44 do here? I want to add one thing. I think the only other driver wants this thing to end right now is the 88 on those old tires. He's going to fall like a rock. Should he not get a good launch here? Off of 4. Into the start zone. Everyone's pushing everybody. Great jump for the outside row again. Again, Crowder, easy clear. The fight's going to be further back. Baum on the fresh tires. Can he get through? Heavy wall contact. Everyone's coming down. There goes Lewis. There goes Paz. Wrecking on the backstretch. Caution's got to come out. They're still wrecking into 3. There it is. Yellow's out again. Paz had a great day go sour. Oh, my goodness.
Comes down and whacks into the 19 for good measure as well.
So here,
that's not what he wanted at all.
Here it is. 99 hit the wall and came back down the racetrack. We went to avoid the 22, ended up clipping the 8. 34 got the 99 as well, and then back down the racetrack right into Caleb Hunt.
Yeah, Baker having to check up there. The 99 seeing an opportunity, especially on the restarts, right? Oh, look at that!
Killed.
Right,
it's done. Yeah, like that car is ruined beyond measure. Green white checker number 2, I believe. If you got a piece of paper, you might want to write these ones down. It looks like we might have a few of them here.
So Morgan,
yes,
if you're the 44,
yep,
what's the mental toll here as these keep happening? When do you decide that, all right, I'm gonna get this good restart.
Right.
I'm gonna choose the side I want. I'm gonna go high side. I'm gonna try to get a good jump, and then I'm going to. It just seems like it's not gonna end for the 44.
I don't
so many
know
chances.
If it's. I'm not worried yet. I'm the 44 here in this case. I'm leading the race. Had the fastest car all day. No one's been able to touch me in the long run. When I needed a short run, I was the best car on the short run too. It's been just a phenomenal day. Cars untouched. Everything's perfect. As the leader, I have consistently gained 2, 3, 4 car lengths into turn 1. No one has even been close on a restart to me all day. That gives me hope that if I can just make it off turn 2 every single time, I can win the race, because no one's going to get me from 3-4 tenths back unless they have significantly newer tires. That's my only concern, is if I see Aaron Baum line up behind me, that's when I'm going to start to think about it. But right now, with Hayes on the same tires, Cochran on much older tires, Leonard on roughly the same tires, I'm not really worried about them too much, because it's all going to come down to the launch, and I've been so good at controlling it that it's not a problem. Again, I'm worried about Baum, Gillen, Ullman to an extent. Lewis just got caught up with damage. Those are the guys that I'm thinking about. If they're within 2 cars of me, I might start having that mental toll make an impact. Of course, Ashton Crowder's a former Coke driver. We're not in the same level. I don't even think pressure phases him. He feels pressure. But that's my take on the situation at hand here. And if you're Hayes or Leonard, you're just basically, you're continually winning the lottery. You keep pulling the slot machine and it keeps spitting out coins because you keep getting shots at it. You keep getting chances for it. And eventually, you would think by law of averages, central limit theorem, whatever you want to call it, eventually there's going to be an opening that you can make a run at it.
Yeah, definitely. And the 2 now down to the lower side of the track, so he's choosing the inside.
He really likes the bottom.
He's thinking.
We've seen him continually pick the bottom of the racetrack.
So he's thinking that, like, Cochran might have to check up. If Cochran gets up near the back of the 44 and the 44 hasn't gone yet in the restart zone, then he goes. By the time Cochran's trying to deal with that, the outside line may not be the optimal spot, is what the 2, I'm assuming, is thinking.
Yeah, I would almost, I mean, if you're betting there's going to be another quick caution, I would have taken the top behind Cochran if the spot was available. The reason is they've been getting such good jumps, you could probably jump the 43 and then another caution comes out. Then you have your choice of wherever you want to be, either inside row 2 or potentially the same spot outside row 3. Of course, if you think this is going to be the last one, which I think all drivers probably expecting that, where you're at is probably the best spot for you.
Of course, Leonard has not been easy to pass. Obviously, Bond has had the pace.
Not at all. Oh, caution, and back out again. One more lap. We will continue on here. Hinson will get Corey Kobe for 32nd. It's going to happen here in about 5 seconds. I wonder if he's celebrating. Now 30 seconds.
I'm sure he is.
For Gavin Hinson.
There he is. Now he's gone down the inside to slot in. 2x2 formation here. All right, we're gonna take a step back from my viewing angle here, and I have plenty of space in front of me to get right up to the window in the booth here, as it were, and I'm ready to get this one going again. Oh my goodness, you have to think, right? Obviously, these drivers have been through everything. These are the drivers that have made it through. They're here when it counts. And obviously there's been some ups and downs for almost everybody. And I mean, just the buzzing feeling, right? You said that there was kind of, a pit of the stomach feeling. These kind of butterflies, I'm feeling them a little bit. These butterflies are what these guys live for.
You are right about that. There is no better feeling than a green-white checker to end a race that you fought your butt off for. Whether you're the leader, second, or anyone else in the field. The only car that's safe is the pace car. Now off the racetrack. Into the start zone, they creep. Again, middle jump. For the 44, he's going to get clear by 2. We're looking in the turf to make a pass. Bomb slipped up, 43, knocked the 80 out of the way, up into the fence goes Cochran. 3 wide on the exit. We should clear contact. Everything's okay.
How did Cochran
crash
hang
further
on
back?
To that?
Bollinger. Oh, we're okay. There was contact, but nothing. Oh, Cochran just killed the outside wall. White flag is out. Next flag ends the race. Crowder. It has been an immaculate day. Started on the pole, has by far led the most laps. He's won every stage. He's half a lap away from putting his mark on the Mystic Racing League forever. Off of turn number 4, Crowder is going to win the Charlotte 600 in dominating fashion. 220 laps led. And how about the only driver to put a fast lap down in the 28s? I think Max Verstappen would call this simply lovely. I've said it before.
I
on
I
VSPEED.
definitely agree with you.
But I don't think I've ever said it from a race that looked this effortless. Ashton Crowder put a historic whipping on the field tonight. I don't think there was a moment in this race where we collectively looked at each other and said, uh-oh, for the 44. Every lap seemed like he was just playing his own game. Playing in the sandbox, so to speak. And Ashton Crowder is victorious at the Charlotte Motor Speedway in stock car racing's longest night. River Hayes will finish second. Christian Leonard will finish in the third position. We'll speak with those three in just a few minutes. We got to watch Ashton Crowder. Burnouts on the front stretch, something he's clearly very familiar with, although this is a new one. I've never seen that before.
Like
Unreal.
he's using the banking to slide it like a curling.
What is going on here? That's an odd way to do
his
it.
Left rear was the only
tire that was turning.
tire rotating.
Unreal. Here is how it shook out. Your winner, Ashton Crowder. River Hayes will finish in the second spot. Leonard in third. We'll talk with them in just a few. Aaron Baum, gutsy effort for fourth, up 26 spots. Baker in fifth. Sixth for Dustin Lewis. Gillen in the seventh position. Ullman will finish in eighth. Ninth for Davidson. 10th for Bollinger.
Jacob Cochran in the 88, up 21 spots, but not quite enough at the end. After some contact, Caleb Hunt comes home in 12th. Zach White, 13th. Ricky Paz, 14th. Christian McCrelly. In 15th, Luke Barnes, 16th. 17th will be Derek Jewett. 7 Hawthorne, 18th. John Stellard in the 5 in 19th. And Clayton Good rounds out the top 20.
21st for Romano in the 92. 22nd for David Wallace. Vincent will finish 23rd, 95 laps behind the pace. Isaac Wilson finishes 24th position. Marino Jr. in the 25th spot. Clark looked to he explored something today. It found something, then it all went away. 26th for him. Reggie Kime in 27th. Cameron Romano 28th. Brown in 29th. Had a fast car early, but issues later took that car out of the race. Christian Barnes, same deal. 30th for him. A double to forget. Rayshon Winkfield 31st, Gavin Hinson 32nd after coming back out with about 70 laps to go. Corey Kobe will finish 33rd, Lang at 34th, then Taylor, Benke 36th, Lapierre 37th, Sturdivant in 38th, Knopfschneider 39th, and Blair will round out your field of drivers who took part here today. Well, now it's time to catch up with your winner, Ashton Crowder. Welcome in to the VSPEED booth. Ashton Crowder, Morgan and James up in the booth. You got a copy?
I do.
Welcome for the first time to Sofa News Victory Lane. And this Charlotte 600 has your fingerprints all over it. Won the pole. Fastest lap. Most laps led. Swept every single stage. Did your best Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Busch impression out here. Just how good was it today?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much perfect. I mean, those restarts at the end were pretty nerve-wracking. I was telling the guys in my Discord channel, I was like, nobody has looked at more SMT at Charlotte Motor Speedway than I have. And essentially every technique, line, driving style that I've seen, I was trying it one way or another, and the way that Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin approach this track is kind of what I ended up doing there towards the end, and it was really working out. We started getting really tight. That sucked, and then just started figuring out how to get it more on the right rear, and then from there, I really didn't have to save like on the short run at all because, I mean, I just had rotation through the whole run, so I was able to keep the attempts in a good window and bring it home first, thankfully.
You were challenged at the end. I think we had 3 green-white checkers to finish this thing off, a couple cautions near the end of the race. and we're talking about it up here. We were speculating, of course, because we're not inside your brain. Did you ever get worried, concerned, mental toll, anything like that at the end of this race when we had all those cautions? Was it messing with you at all, knowing that you're so close, you're like 2 laps away, but you just can't get it to go green?
To be honest, not really.
That's what
I've
I said.
been Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been in too many situations like that. Even back to my Coke series days. Um, there's one race at Darlington where we kept having like caution after caution, and I was leading that race. I ended up winning. Um, but you always go back to process and understanding what you need to do. So I just knew every restart, I just need to get a good launch out of the box, and I was going on my like 1, 2, 3 timing, and then that last one there decided to go on the line. I was gonna pick the bottom, but then I was like, the top's just getting too good of a launch. So yeah, so kept it on the top and went on went on the line. So as early as I could get it, and thankfully didn't wheel spin too bad. But no, to answer your question though, I mean it's just like I've been doing this since I think I was 8, maybe somewhere around there, 8 or 7. Um, and you're just in so many situations like that where you just get reps, and it is nerve wracking because you never know what could happen. Like the one thing that was nerve wracking, I'll tell you, is the fuel situation. So um, I don't think there was a stop where I took full fuel, so I was pretty light majority of the race, and you can run I think 20 gallons in these things. So a lot of the time I was around 15 gallons, which I think it's somewhere around like maybe 30 pounds lighter, something like that. Um, and I did that on the last stop because I was just kind of banking in, that it would just go to 400. So I was kind of really close on fuel, but we kept having green white checkers over and over again, and those those laps couldn't stop ticking soon enough at that point.
Well, great diagnosis of how this race played out. Interesting to learn about the SMT and who you
Amen.
emulated driving style after. You were so fast tonight. And who do you want to thank? Who do you want to shout out for a win in the Charlotte 600, etching your name in Mystic Racing League lore forevermore?
Appreciate that. Yeah, so we'll thank a few people actually. I know I've taken up a lot of your time. We'll thank my girlfriend out there in the living room that has sacrificed watching movies to watch these races all day. And then I think most of my family's watching too, which is fun. They, I don't really race much anymore, so they don't get to watch me race much at all. So this is really cool just for that alone. But huge shout out to my driving mentors, Josh Berry for one. I want to give a huge shout out to him. We went to Motor Mile Speedway last night, watched a limited race. It was pretty cool. Throwback to that. Brody Kostecki also. Let's see here. Brennan Poole for sure. He's helped me a lot. Quinn Half, shout out. Anybody remembers him? And Carson Hosevar, who I went to. If you guys have ever been to Charlotte Motor Speedway, we got a Texas Roadhouse pretty much right outside of turn number 3 down the road. Well, no. It's down off of 1. You go down whatever it is. It's not Speedway Boulevard, is it? Whatever it is, down towards the mall. We got Texas Roadhouse down there, and we used to go there all the time. So, a little fun fact for you. And then he got a speeding ticket on the way there one day. So, I'll end it on that.
All right. Well, that was a bit of a flex, but
Yeah.
congratulations, Ashton. Mr. Crowder winning here in Charlotte. The Charlotte 600 belongs to you.
Thank you.
We'll hopefully see you next time out many more times in the Mystic Racing League.
I really hope so. I appreciate it.
All right, Ashton Crowder, your winner here tonight. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yep. Thank you.
Going to move one spot down the running order to catch up with River Hayes. James is caught up with River.
River Hayes, second position, not the one you were wanting. You made up 4 spots from where you started, but I'm sure you passed probably 100 cars on the way to it. You had a really good look at the end, a ton of green white checkers as well. How was it out there for you?
It wasn't too bad, man. It was interesting. I was terrible on the long run tonight. I don't know why. I just couldn't save like they could. Coming down there to the end, I was so happy to see that caution to where I could get tires after the green flag cycle because I knew I had to pit early so I wouldn't, blow a tire or mess up or something because I was just losing too much time out staying out. So realistically, I was at best a top 5 car, but the caution really helped me get back up there. So I'll take it.
We saw you in the top 10 earlier on in the race, and you got, I was going to say in the top 10, in the top 2 right there at the end when it mattered. So it seemed it was kind of like a bookend race, it seemed for you. And you made your way all the way back up there. In terms of your competitors, who was the majority of the race spent with? Did you have anybody out there who was kind of a rival or anybody who was more like a dance partner?
Yeah, I was around Dustin and man, I forget his name. What's his name? Adam Baker. I was around those two guys the whole race, it seemed like. I finished like top 5 in every stage, I think. So I don't know. It just played out to where I could get tires and drive my way back up there. I don't know if you guys caught this, but during stage 2 break, I went to pee. Like I parked the car in pit road and I went to pee because I knew I wasn't going to make it. So I gave up all my track position, went to the back, and then drove my way back up. So it was definitely a fun night. I'm exhausted. I'm sweaty. I'm ready to go relax. So yeah, I'll take it.
Well, listen, we'll get you let you go get a shower and everything else that you need to do. But anybody you want to shout out here for your P2 here at the Charlotte 600?
Yeah, I want to shout out Smith's Race Development, Ryan Pelfrey, and you guys for putting on a great show, as well as the league. The league just is getting better every week. Yeah.
Look again, River. Congratulations so much, everybody. River Hayes, second place, Charlotte 600.
All right, one driver left in your podium. It is Christian Leonard. Christian, Morgan, and James up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
All right, well, P3 here today. It was a chaotic end to the race for you in the 43. Put those fresh tires on, slowly but surely march through the field with all the green-white checkers. How did this race play out in your eyes?
I mean, it started out more or less okay. Felt like I had good speed, was keeping control of my tires, drove my way through the field, was fighting for the lead, and then I don't know. I just kept getting beaten, battered, run into by felt like just about every car on the racetrack. It felt like I was going to war with half the field and race control for 400 laps. It was not the most enjoyable racing experience I've ever had, but I don't know how I managed to pull out a third there at the end. I had like an EOL with like 15 to go and got a lucky caution and then just I don't know, I guess just drove back up through there on tires. It was the last 50 laps were just honestly a blur at that point.
Yeah, you were definitely one of the cars to contend with at the start of the race. I mean, those first 50, 80, 100 laps, you were battling up there with Crowder. I mean, you were at that point we thought one of the cars to beat for the day. Then all of a sudden something changed. I don't know if it was the sun going down, if it was the lights turning on. Was there anything specifically that you noticed that kind of had you behind the 8 ball? Because your car fell back to about the teens, and then all of a sudden you came right back up to the top 10. What put you back, and what made you catch back up to the field?
Um, if I don't know who it was, but somebody I got on the strategy. I was trying to get. I got a few points in the stages. I was trying to. I think it was at the end of stage 1. I pitted, and it put me a little back in traffic, but the sun was still out, so it wasn't that hard to pass. I can't remember who, but somebody just absolutely killed me. And I had 6 minutes of damage, 6.5 minutes of damage.
Wow.
For like 150 laps, and I was just fighting to stay on the lead lap, fighting to stay as the first car 1 lap down, and barely hanging on. Finally got the stupid thing pieced back together, and then I don't know. I'm trying to remember the timeline of all this. The 22 car tried wrecking me on the front stretch, barely saved it, lost on my track position again. The 8 car tried wrecking me on the back stretch after I drove back up into the top 10, gave me even more damage after I repaired all that. Somehow hung around in the top 10, and then I don't see how you guys can know this, because it obviously you can't see the fuel mileage we have, but when I came down to pit road, iRacing bugged out and put 1 whole can of fuel in the car, but then it stopped filling halfway through, so I wasn't even going to make it on gas to the end. And then got that caution, and then on the restart, start driving back through people. 99 car drives me on the apron, and then right rears me off turn 4. Get another minute of damage, come in, repair that. Here, apparently the wreck's my fault, so now I have to do a pass-through penalty, drive back up through the field, and somehow get a 3rd place finish. I don't know.
Eventful day for Christian Leonard, for sure. This is what, your 2nd start in the series? Did you?
Yep.
Sonoma was your first start, I think? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, hopefully you stick around longer. I'm not sure whose charter you took over. 55. I can't remember. Was that Fiffner?
Yeah, it was Fiffner. I'm subbing for him tonight. I feel bad because once again the service kind of I don't know how, but it defaulted to the Toyota instead of the Chevy. So I was supposed to be running the Chevy 55 tonight. So I feel bad for him, but yeah, it just I don't know what to say. Tonight's race went about as well as Sonoma in that I had race winning pace, but I couldn't go more than, 10 minutes without somebody finding a way to run into me.
Yeah, it happens at times. It certainly does. Well, while we got you up here, who do you want to thank? Who do you want to shout out for a solid 3rd day, 3rd place finish after what was quite a roller coaster day from your explanation?
I want to shout out probably 2 of my friends, Jonathan G. Cherry and Seven Hawthorne, probably 2 of the only cars in both the IndyCar field and the NASCAR race tonight that didn't find some way to drive through my bumper at some point. So I appreciate that. But yeah, that's certainly don't want to shout out race control.
Yeah, careful who you say that to. Anyway, good luck in the future. Congratulations on 3rd spot.
Thanks.
Anyway, Christian Leonard finishes 3rd here tonight. And that will do it all from Sofa News Victory Lane. It started off looking just like this. Sunny in Charlotte, 600 and some miles later, 407 laps later. The Mystic Racing League has concluded its running of the Charlotte 600, and Double Day is officially done and dusted here for the Slim Chickens NASCAR Cup Series. What a fun day. James Newton, your final thoughts on this 407 lapper.
My final thoughts for the race are we saw an eventful race. Basically half of the cars finished. We saw a fantastic comeback drive. We saw a domination from the 44 and a real contender for future championships. I think that is going to run well. I also want to shout out somebody myself here, Morgan Cook, the commentator and producer here, who has also done the double. Thank you very much. And what a performance that you've put on. And one of the most impressive performances all day, even if you weren't in a race car.
Well, appreciate that. It was fun all the way throughout. Mystic Racing League put on some good racing in both the Indy 500 earlier today and the Charlotte 600 that we just witnessed. But for everyone who makes this thing possible back at the shop at VSPEED, so to speak, I want to thank everyone at the Mystic Racing League, all of the drivers who participated today. There were over 100 of them. All of the people who are watching on YouTube here on VSPEED. I want to appreciate all of you, everyone who commented, who jeered, who laughed, who joked. It was a lot of fun today, especially the Indy 500 race. And I want to thank, of course, James Newton for running this one with me. I want to thank Derek Jewett for earlier in Indy 500 being my co-commentator. Just a fun night, one I'm not going to forget for quite a while. And let's get on to next week here, right here on VSPEED. Thank you for your time, everyone. We'll see you next time, right here on VSPEED.